Upon. If those who are able could rise, we'll begin with a land acknowledgement. And welcome, of course, to the Special Planning and Priorities Committee meeting of March 21st. We acknowledge we are hosted on the lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat. We also acknowledge the enduring presence of all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples, Miigwech. At this time, I'd like to ask if any trustees have declarations of conflict of interest. Okay, seeing and hearing none, we will proceed. This evening, I believe, I don't believe we have any delegations, just confirming, no delegations. Okay, so we will move on to, I have an old agenda, I'm just looking. Can I look at yours for one moment? Thank you. So we're going to move on to item number 4. If we could just get that on the screen. Sorry, my agenda's from before it was updated. Anyways, while we're waiting, we'll just move on to item number 4.1. This is the Special Education Advisory Committee report of March 18th, 2024. Item number 1 is the multi-year strategic plan objectives on accessibility. And I believe that Mr. Lepofsky, the chair of SEAC, is presenting this report. Is he online?
Hi, it's David Lepofsky. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. If you could speak a little bit louder, it might.
Okay, I'm gonna do the best I can. Unfortunately, the Zoom link would not let me, a non-TDSB employee, in via my laptop. So I phoned in. I'm going to do the best I can. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you really, really well, David. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, tell me when you're ready for me to proceed.
You may proceed at this time.
Okay, do you have the text of the motion that SEAC passed that is before your committee at this time? I want to make sure the members of your committee have the text, or if the staff could put it up on whatever screen share technology, because I can't do it through my phone.
No problem. Please rest assured, we actually have it up on the screen, so it is live to anyone watching, and our trustees have a copy of it, and everybody's got it, so not to worry.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, number one, thank you for the opportunity to present it. I'm honored to be able to introduce myself. I'm chair of the Special Education Advisory Committee and a parent of a child with a disability at the school board. I've been on SEAC for 9 years, and I previously was chair for 2 years, some years ago. We all look forward to working with you and the rest of the trustees on whatever we can do to assist the board to serve the tens of thousands of students with special education at the board. Let me drive right into the subject that's before you. You have a proposal for approval of the multi-year strategic plan. We are asking for a simple but absolutely vital amendment to it. We have raised it with staff. We had some improvements made, but nowhere near enough. And let me explain why we need it. Number one, it is important to understand that despite the school board's best efforts, students with special education needs, including students with disabilities, are in fact a very vulnerable, underserved underclass, in a sense, of the school system. Our teachers, principals, and others want to do the best to serve all learners, but there are major systemic problems. They can't all be attributed to the province. A number of them are things which TDSB itself can and should fix. But if we don't set the right goals in a multi-year strategic plan, it will not happen, or it will be even harder than it has been for us to try to get it to happen. And none of us want that to happen. So let's look at the multi-year strategic plan. Yes, it has some helpful language, and we appreciate the staff working, TDSB staff working with us, But let me point out some major difficulties with it. On the one hand, it commendably, in a different context, refers fully 6 times to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report. That's great, and we of course support that. It does not at all refer to the single most comprehensive report calling for improvements for students with disabilities that has been conducted in our lifetime, conducted by a committee of experts from the education and disability sectors appointed by the Ontario government under the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act. That is the Kindergarten to Grade 12 Standards Development Committee recommendations. That report identifies any number of significant barriers in the education system, in the K-12 system, and recommends reforms. Our CIAC, at least 2 years ago, called by recommendation on the school board to implement that report as best it can. Well, whether or not the province has taken the action we need, TDSB can. And there's a lot it could do. This multi-year strategic plan doesn't even mention it, much less commit to any action to implement it. This strategic plan refers repeatedly to equity. It never once talks about equality, which is the right that students with disabilities enjoy under the Human Rights Code and under the Charter of Rights. In fact, as I read it, and I got to tell you, it's a bit of a problem because, and as a cruel irony, this multi-year strategic plan is in a PDF, which is an accessibility headache for blind people like me. So if I've got it wrong, I apologize, but it's because I'm dealing with communication barriers in the document itself. But as I see it, it refers to Charter of Rights with respect to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which of course is important, but not with respect to students with disabilities, even though the Human Rights Code, even though the Supreme Court of Canada has weighed in on that more than once. It refers to the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act. I'm delighted. I led the campaign to get that law passed. But the Human Rights Code and the Charter provide stronger protections, prevail over the AODA, and yet their core guarantees to students with disabilities are not in here. The duty to accommodate students with disabilities under the Human Rights Code and the Charter, which are central to the Human Rights Code and the Charter, not mentioned at all, much less is there as an objective fulfilling it. So when you look at all of these things, and even when, and there is commendable language in there, there's no question there's commendable language, disability and special ed are mentioned a number of times, and some of that wording was strengthened when we asked. But the core thing you need to understand is that most of the time when it's mentioned, it's kind of like, well, we commit to full participation for all, including students with disabilities, not identifying the core barrier for or the core need to address this as a disability-specific, targeted concern. It's not just like everybody faces barriers and so do we. The school board is overwhelmingly, just like our education system generally, designed on the implicit premise, not intentionally, but nevertheless, that it is principally and first for students without disabilities. That's not to say we don't do anything for them or that we want it that way, but that is the way it is, as the Kindergarten to Grade 12 Standards Development Committee identified. And so unless we face that reality in our multi-year strategic plan and at least acknowledge it and at least identify it as a disability-specific concern, then, as is the past, we'll get some helpful steps, but we will be subordinated and we will not get the kind of measures and focused effort that we need. And getting them will continue to be an effort of swimming upstream. Let me conclude with 3 things. Number one, I want to suggest to you that the multi-year strategic plan could, as frankly too often it is, be a bunch of kind of platitudes and general statements that the school board would have been saying, oh, I don't know, for years and decades. We aspire for all students to live to their potential, all that kind of stuff. That doesn't really inspire change. It's just kind of standard rhetoric or platitudes. Or we could put in concrete language, which at the level of a multi-year plan's generality will still focus our attention and enable us to drive change. That's what the SEAC motion does, and we urge you to adopt it. Second, I want to encourage all of you as trustees to feel free. We're going to be inviting you kind of 3 at a time to come to our SEAC meetings because we'd like to be able to engage with you directly. I know you're swamped with tons of other stuff to do, but we'd like to engage you face to face and get you engaging in our discussions. And to the chair of the board, we've invited you to actually come because we'd love to have some time with you to our June meeting. And if that doesn't work, let us know. We'll find another time. But we'd love, as past chairs have, to get a chance to have you come meet us and have some lively discussion with us. And finally, can we offer all of you that we are a resource? Our SEAC is close to the experiences of students with special education needs. You hear from them and their parents in calls in individual cases. We're trying to find systemic solutions so that you get fewer of those calls. And when you do get those calls, you'll be able to find more swift and effective solutions. Please work with us. We really want to work with you. Thanks again for the chance to present. And if there's time, I'd welcome your questions.
Okay, thank you very much, David, for that thorough overview of the report and the recommendation from SEAC. And thank you for the invitation. I know I haven't responded yet. I've just been trying to get my June calendar in gear as graduations have been coming in, but I will get back to you in the next week on that. So thank you for reminding me about it. And I would be delighted to attend, if not in June, for sure, for another meeting. First up right now, I'm gonna take questions that are specifically for Mr. Lipovsky. And then after that, trustees, if you will go into questions that might be for staff, like when we turn ourselves to deliberating on what to do with the recommendation. But at this point, I know I'm starting a speakers list for questions for Mr. Lipovsky, and I have Trustee Laskin first. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, David, for your years of work on SEAC and for everything else that you do. I have a question for you. I've read the recommendation very carefully, and also our multi-year strategic plan draft and the report. And I was wondering, because I don't actually see in the report a section called objectives. And your recommendation is that the strategic plan objectives must include. So I'm asking you if your paragraph that begins to make as much progress as possible, and potentially that's footnoted, like other documents are footnoted, referencing the K-12 Education Standards Development Committee. I'm wondering, and you mentioned about equity. So I'm wondering, and I don't know if you have your copy of the report in front of you, but in the context section of the report, there is a paragraph that includes equity. And after the paragraph that includes equity, it goes to a list of this renewed multi-year strategic plan reflects. I'm wondering if your paragraphs, and I'm just throwing this out there, obviously I haven't had the discussion with staff nor has the board, but if one put to make as much progress as possible, and then your A and B underneath that equity paragraph footnoted to the K to 12 Education Standards Development Committee, and of course, I haven't had this conversation with staff yet. I'm just trying to reflect on where it could go within the document, because I completely agree with the statement that it should be our commitment to make as much progress as possible towards this achievement. I'm wondering if I'm asking you your thoughts on that, through you, Madam Chair.
Okay, sure. Sure. If you can hear me, first off, hi, Trustee Laskin. We haven't seen each other in a ridiculous amount of time, and it's nice to speak again. The good news is it could fit there, and the good news is we're quite happy wherever you can fit it in. So whether it's defined as an objective, the overall aim of the, when you look at the strategic plan, is it sets out one way or other sort of lofty aims, and then it later talks about steps. And obviously these are at a general level, because then the staff have to come out with action plans. So wherever you could fit it, whether it's in the equity section or elsewhere, that is fine by us. And the other thing I'll tell you, just two other quick points. One is that footnoting to the K-12 Standards Development Committee report is a great idea. Full disclosure, I was on that committee. Full disclosure, I led the campaign to get the government to agree to set up that committee. So I'd be beaming. But also these the provisions in our motion, we actually took the language that the K-12 Standards Development Committee brokered between educators and disability advocates, coming together and saying what would be the best language to use for what we should be trying to achieve. And then what the SEAC did was to modify it so it fits TDSB. So for example, the K-12 report talks about the AODA's goal of 2025. We didn't put that in here because we know that's not happening in the next year, but that's why we said making, refer to progress. And finally, just to give you the full picture, if you're asking yourself, well, what's in here that's not already in the multi-year strategic plan, you'll see, for example, we talk about the goal of ensuring that students with disabilities fully benefit from the programs that TDSB offers. Well, that's drawing on the Charter of Rights' own language, which guarantees equality before and under the law and the equal protection and equal benefit of the law. So we're building on constitutional language when we add words which the staff's recommendations do not. Thanks. Back to you.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. If I can just follow up then. So what I am hearing is that the better footnote would be SEAC, because you've taken resources and written this language. And the second thing is following, the questions to you specifically. We'll have a conversation with staff about asking them if these three paragraphs, the one that starts to make as much progress as possible, which I'm fully committed to, where it could possibly fit in the context of the report, and you're happy to leave that decision to them as long as you would see these words in there somewhere. Is that a correct reflection of your ask? Through you, Madam Chair.
That's fair, so long as it's not like in a footnote somewhere, like equity and footnote. We want it in the body, but as long as it's in the body, we're happy.
Thank you very much, and thank you again for all the work. And I too wanted to come to a SEAC meeting. They always tend to be opposite other commitments, like on Monday night it was the Toronto Lands Corporation meeting, but I will definitely engage with you at another time. Thank you so much.
Okay, up next we have Trustee Williams, followed by Trustee King. Please go ahead, Trustee Williams.
Hi, good evening, and through the chair. I just want to, first of all, thank David Lepowski for attending and all the years of work that he's done on SEAC and advocacy for persons with disabilities. Um, I think the main question I wanted to ask had already been asked and answered with regard to where you felt best the recommendation could go within the multi-year strategic plan, and you seem happy that it goes in there as long as it's not just like a supplementary footnote. So the other question I had was with regard to the engagement and the consultation with SEAC in the development of the multi-year strategic plan. Just to get a clarification and a sense of why now, how did the consultation go, what was the engagement there, through the chair.
Happy to do that. And just so you know, why I'm agnostic on where it goes in the report is, look at it this way. As long you put the language in there and this gets approved, as long as we can then turn to the staff and say, hey, the trustee said this is what we're trying to achieve, then we can work with the staff on getting there. And the staff who I believe would be committed to achieve this could say, hey, we've been directed to do this. So as long as I can do that, I don't care if it's on page 1 or 4. With respect to the process, the senior officials at the board came to SEAC some months ago, reviewed some of the language that was being considered, and we gave feedback very much along the lines of what you just heard. We said that, and I'm synthesizing, but essentially, this isn't specific enough to the distinctive experience of students with special education needs, including students with disabilities. And frankly, this is a whole lot of platitudes, and it's not going to change much, because the board will say, we've been doing this and we're just kind of doing the same thing. And I don't mean the board at some level of, and I don't think it was Machiavellian. It's just from my experience working in government, previously, I'm used to this kind of language coming out. So we said, can we be a little more aspirational and focused? Unfortunately, the language didn't really change sufficiently. Then an outreach, when I became chair in January, I had an outreach asking if we could meet with SEAC. There wasn't a chance before it had to get to you folks. So with the agreement of us, we offered like an evening Zoom meeting, and we had a core of our members. We invited them all, but we had a core of them, and we had a really lively discussion with senior staff. And we said very much the same thing. Like, there's a whole lot in here about TRC, which is great, but like, where's the beef when it comes to these highly vulnerable students who are trying to fit into a system that too often is designed as if they're an afterthought? Again, no conspiracy, no desire for it that way, but it handcuffs your principals, your teachers, and others. And we offered language. And the third phase is I had outreaches. I'm going to name so she can blush, but Luis Orisco reached out to me multiple times over the past couple of weeks, where we tried to figure out wording that would work, including when I was overseas. And I appreciate her doing so. And we had frankly, a really lively discussion. The wording that resulted was not her choice alone, as far as I know, and I'm not asking whose it was, but she was the person interacting with us, and I appreciate it. It's an associate director of the board. That's excellent. And we've got a good working relationship. But the wording that resulted in the end was not sufficient from our point of view. So I raised it at a SEAC meeting on Monday, and there was literally no debate. SEAC members were quite united over the need for this. So here we are.
Okay, through the chair, thank you for that. That's helpful, just to get a sense of, I'm always interested in how our CACs and in particular, the statutory advisory committees, SEAC and PIAC, are engaged in a meaningful and uh, collaborative way. So the other question I had was regard to your opening statements. You made some statements along the lines of obligations by the province of the ministry. And, we all know that our board funds special education far in excess of the funding that we receive. You made some comments about what is laid at the feet of the board. If you could elaborate on that piece a little bit more.
Absolutely. And I want to tell you, there are times, I propose your last question, where SEAC members are frustrated that we're not getting as much action as we'd like. But we have, our approach is that we will work with the staff on a recommendation. If we get it resolved, that's fantastic. If we don't, and we feel it's important enough, we'll be bringing it to you. Here's the thing. Every school board, including TDSB, has the obligation to provide equal educational opportunities and the opportunity to fully benefit and fully participate in the education program for students with disabilities. That is a requirement of Section 15 of the Charter of Rights, which prohibits discrimination on grounds including disability. That includes the requirement under Section 1 of the Human Rights Code that bans discrimination in goods, services, or facilities like education on grounds like disability. And I was involved 40 plus years ago in the fight by the disability community to win those rights. And when we fought for those rights, we articulated the barriers facing students with disabilities as one of the reasons why we need the rights. So the ultimate party responsible for delivering those rights is the school board. Now, the school board doesn't operate in a vacuum. The problem we face in Ontario is right now 72 school boards are left to individually have to reinvent the accessibility wheel. We have turned, that is to say, the provincial disability movement, which I have the privilege of having a role in saying to the ministry, could you pass an accessibility standard under the Disabilities Act that sets provincial standards so we don't have to fight one school board at a time over these issues, and the boards don't have to, one at a time, reinvent the accessibility wheel. And the province got the report with recommendations of what's needed. That's the K-12 report, but has not enacted the accessibility standard. And I can tell you, in my provincial role, I'm busy pressuring them to get them to do that. But in the meantime, the school boards each still have their duties under Section 15 of the Charter and Section 1 of the Human Rights Code. So, for example, one of the basic barriers that report identified is digital inaccessibility, like providing documents in an inaccessible format. Now, you don't have to wait for provincial standard to know that PDFs create accessibility barriers for blind people. Our SEAC told TDSB that at the highest level 8 years ago in 2016. Moreover, I've talked to senior digital management people at the school board, but the K-12 Standards Development Committee report also told all school boards in the province that 2 years ago. So the fact that I had to read a document or try to read a document that's in a format with accessibility problems here in 2024, I don't lay that one at the feet of the province in the sense that I wish they had passed the standard, but the school boards can't simply say we're waiting for the province to act before we decide we're going to take action in areas like this. So I'm giving you one little example. I could give you tons more. In fact, there's a whole report full of them. It's the K-12 report.
Mm-hmm. Through the chair, I want to thank you again, Mr. Lepowski. The example that you've given is so clear and straightforward. And I really appreciate the fact that you've said like 2 years ago, this was to be a standard. So, coming to this meeting and having that challenge, that barrier, I think is really problematic. Thank you again, and through the chair, those are my questions.
Thank you. And up next, we have Trustee King.
Thank you through the chair. Good evening, everyone, and good evening to our delegate. Thank you for coming and sharing, not delegate, sorry, our co-chair, advisory co-chair. Thank you for coming and speaking. I understand and appreciate and agree with so much of what you've shared. I do have a question, not in opposition, but because I want to have some clarity of understanding as we go into our conversations. And it's similar to what Trustee Laskin asked. I want to make sure I'm very, very clear here. Because I think there are a number of equity deserving groups that won't see themselves explicitly named on the front of the plan. But I believe the intention is that the conditions for success really encapsulates, the human rights being a foundation and something necessary to set up the success of the rest of the plan. And I just wanted to probe a little bit further as to whether the statements that you're looking for need to, I know that you said that it doesn't matter so much if they're footnotes or upfront, but I'm wondering even in terms of kind of a next level of goals that might develop out of the plan, reports, communications. I'm just wanting to hear a little bit about how specifically or how closely you think this needs to be to the main plan document versus some of the other kind of branched out opportunities to communicate. And I hope that makes sense.
It makes total sense, and I really appreciate it. Let me address the two parts of your question, because there are two components to it, and they're all important questions. The first is regarding a number of equity-seeking groups, and why us? And the answer is because you're not going to necessarily name every ground that the Human Rights Code lists, and we understand that. Number one, the plan already accepts that some are going to get mentioned. Indigenous are clearly mentioned, and properly so. And to some extent, disability is. I'm not saying there's no reference to it at all, of course. But here's the thing. There are multiple reasons for this. The fact that we have an AODA is because the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act, and again, I had the privilege of leading the decade-long fight from 94 to 2005 to get that law passed. Nobody along the way said, and I'm not saying you're saying this, don't get me wrong, I don't want to, you're asking a perfectly good question, but nobody said from any other equity-seeking group saying kind of why did they get their act and so on. There's times disability needs this kind of action, just because same as there are times like pay equity that gender needs targeted action. The second thing is, look at our numbers. 1 out of every 6 students in the publicly funded school system, at least. So we're talking about tens of thousands, right? I believe it's over 40,000 TDSB students. That's more students than I think some school boards have in total. Across the province, we're talking about 1/3 students. Disability has, since '82, when disability was added to the Human Rights Code, been the largest single ground of discrimination at the Human Rights Commission or Tribunal. The other reason is that disability cuts across all the grounds. So, for example, disability is correlative with poverty. Sadly, in our society, race, racialized status, and Indigenous status are correlative with poverty. And therefore, here, like in other places where I've had the privilege of doing advocacy, disability is more prevalent in some of those communities than across the provincial or national average. So disability issues are racialized issues. They are Indigenous issues as such. So including disability serves all of those reasons and cries out for the specific action we're seeking. And again, in the body, not the footnote, in the body of the report. Now, on your other question about what about the alternative of having it in one of the secondary documents or follow-up documents or action plans. Well, here's the thing. Number one, if it's not, that's a signal, and we say it's the wrong signal. And when we're dealing with students who have historically been disadvantaged in the education system, to say, well, your equality rights we'll mention, but we'll do that in a secondary document. And I'm not imputing this to you. Again, you're raising it for purposes of discussion, and I'm delighted to appreciate it and happy to answer it. But it would signal to everybody, to families of kids with disabilities who face an uphill battle in their daily lives, that they don't even get this kind of billing, even though we were asking. It signals to staff the wrong thing. It signals to your special education staff, your staff who focus on the needs of these students, the same thing. And so it actually hurts everybody, and it doesn't help anybody. So that's why we framed it in the way where it's a couple of paragraphs, 2 or 3 paragraphs. It's in language that hopefully nobody could disagree with. And it relates to such a group that's sustained such long-term disadvantage, not just here, but across the education system, and not by intent, but by result. Back to you.
Through the chair, thank you so much. I really appreciate you touching and explaining the whole significance of intersectionality here. And I think that, you know, this is a question that would come up in the public, and I think is really important to hear your response. So thank you. That's all for me.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lipovsky. I don't see any more questions from trustees for you. So we really appreciate you joining us today to present this report. Trustees, what I'm thinking is that we might consider receiving this report, and then if there is, you know, when we'll look at the multi-year strategic plan, and at that point, if we have questions for staff about, I'm just thinking, does this make sense? If we have questions relating to the section and anyone wants to consider this further, that we discuss it in the context of the multi-year strategic plan, because we are going to have a staff presentation on it. And so it might make sense to consider this as part of the larger plan. Are there any objections to that from trustees? By the silence, I'm going to take that as a move forward. So I'm
going to sign off and thank you all.
Okay, thank you so much for talking and taking your time with us today, Mr. Lipovsky.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so can I have a motion to receive? Thank you, Trustee McLean.
Trustee Williams, second.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. And we'll just do a show of hands for this, if that's okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, and any opposed? Okay, that has carried. And so we will now move on in the agenda, and I'm just going to steal, thank you. We're going to move on to staff reports. Item number 5.1, that's the multi-year strategic plan for 2024-2028. Thank you so much. And so over to, my apologies, over to Director Russell Rollins, who will introduce this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair, and good afternoon, trustees and those staff and members of the public who are listening this evening. Today, it gives me great pleasure to present the new multi-year strategic plan for 2024 through 2028, entitled Inspiring Minds and Shaping Futures, to this committee for your approval. We are grateful to PPC for the feedback you provided at our January meeting, and you will note changes in this finalized version that reflect your feedback. Public education in Toronto has faced challenges and wonderful opportunities. Over the past few years, with the ongoing impact of the COVID pandemic and opportunities to use digital learning to augment our students' experiences and access to the world, we know that in this moment we also stand on the precipice of further changes. This moment feels like an extraordinary opportunity. Through the new multi-year strategic plan, we have the chance to address gaps in achievement for learners and communities in this city that were exacerbated by disruptions to learning. We also have the chance to embrace the opportunities before us boldly with optimism, innovation, and change. The plan before you reflects not only our plans, but our dreams. These are dreams for our students, with our students and their families, and the broader Toronto community. Their wishes for building fulfilling lives, changing society, and creating bright futures that continue to center their identities, their learning, and their growth. This is a blueprint for empowering students and helping bring those futures to life in modern schools using the most current and appropriate resources. For many, education is an opportunity to prepare students for the world of work. But I believe we heard that it is so much more than that. It's an opportunity to develop the skills and capacities that students need in order to navigate the world in which they will live as adults. The new multi-year strategic plan is TDSB's collective commitment to fostering belonging, achievement, thriving, and revitalization for our students, all underscored by a meaningful commitment to actions toward truth and reconciliation in the context of UNDRIP and equity. The indicators of progress aligned with the Ministry of Students' Achievement Plan enable us to use our resources effectively and to regularly report our progress to the TDSB community. In many ways, the development of the new multi-year strategic plan and the consultation process have benefited the TDSB community already. We took part in active listening, negotiation, and curiosity about our shared future. There are more direct and intentional commitments to serving students with special education needs and/or disabilities than our plan that began in 2018. The development of a strategic plan is oftentimes an indicator of the success that is to come in the implementation process. Implementation will not be easy, but we are excited about creating new opportunities for our students and better serving our staff. Through this process, we have built allies and found new leaders among our staff, educators, students, parents, guardians, caregivers in schools, and community organizations across the city. We will continue to rely on their insights, their ideas, and their collaboration. As we move forward into our final, and of course, our most critical stage of implementation and monitoring of the multi-year strategic plan's directions, we look forward to continued engagement from all partners. We're grateful for the leadership of trustees in their continued advocacy for resources, community engagement, plans, and policies. We also thank you for your constructive feedback. We are grateful for your support in enabling the conditions for success that we have identified, specifically as it relates to building community, creating a culture of human rights, and ensuring regular two-way communication with stakeholders. We look forward to sharing our progress, including through public-facing tools like a dashboard that will reflect the growth that is happening within our schools and among our staff. I want to reiterate my gratitude to System Superintendent Elizabeth Addo, Turner Consulting, and Tana Turner, as well as the thousands of students, staff, parents, guardians, caregivers, and community partners who took the time to voice their hopes and needs for what public education can do to better serve students today, tomorrow, next year, and over the next number of years. We believe that education is part of community building, and we are pleased to present this plan to you this evening as part of TDSB's contribution to building a better city for all of its residents. I look forward to keeping PPC, the Board of Trustees, and the broader public updated as we continue to inspire minds and shape futures. I will now ask System Superintendent Elizabeth Addo to briefly take you through the report this evening.
Thank you very much, Director Russell Rollins. Next slide, please. I'd like to echo Director Russell Rollins' thanks to the community, trustees, and staff for their engagement in the multi-year strategic plan, and specifically a thanks to Tana Turner from Turner Consultants, Amy Presley from Research, Stacey Lewis from Communication, and Angel Woodside. The framework that you see before you provides our best thinking from the engagement over the since fall 2023. And in the next slide, it identifies where we are in this process in developing the multi-year strategic plan. On the next slide, you will see before you our engagement number of engaging over 8,000 individuals and groups through small group instruction, survey, word forums. On the next slide, you will see how we have identified what it is that we value for all students across the TDSB, including our partnerships with students, parents, guardians, caregivers, students and partners and educational partners, as well as the diversity of students, parents, caregivers, as well as the identification and inclusion of students with disabilities and special education needs. On the next slide, you'll see that we've heard through the many updates that equity remains a guiding principle and is foundational to all the work that TDSB will do as we embark through the strategic directions in the renewed multi-year strategic plan. TDSB is committed to identifying, removing, and preventing systemic, procedural, and attitudinal barriers that stand in the way of equity of access and outcome in education. On the next slide, you will see our commitment to the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action. And part of the work that we have is to embedded in the renewed multi-year strategic plan is to continue to advance the calls to action under and working in partnership with the leadership under the UIEC and the elders. For example, calls to action number 2 in the calls to action speaks to our ability to include, make age-appropriate curriculum on residential schools, treaties and Aboriginal peoples, historical and contemporary contributions to Canada, and make them mandatory requirement from the kindergarten to grade 12 students. And it also speaks about how we educate teachers on how to integrate Indigenous knowledge and teaching methods into the classroom. On the next slide, you will see the strategic directions from Truth and Reconciliation: belong, achieve, thrive, and revitalize. And the strategic direction of revitalize, this is the complementary work from the business and operations side of the district to create effective schools with the support of the newly named People and Culture Department. On the next slide, you will see the indicators of progress and the 11 provincial indicators to serve as our baseline. In future years, there'll be an opportunity to consider other indicators. If we move on to the next slide, you'll see the conditions for success. We know that to be able to achieve and realize the multi-year strategic plan, certain conditions need to be in place. Our ability to partner with parents, caregivers, guardians, and community is essential, and they're essential to be partners in our shared effort to improve outcomes for all students. In order to realize a multi-year strategic plan, we have to foster a culture of human rights and respect that enables all learning and working environments to be safe, welcoming, and inclusive. We need to ensure that we have accessibility and inclusion as part of our conditions of success, as well as the leadership across the district, that it is ethical, agile, and ensuring that we have effective communication to support this work. On the next slide, you'll see that the multi-year strategic plan as a framework guides a lot of the work that we're doing going forward. It will serve to inform resource allocation during the budget development process. We have a anticipated deficit of 50 million for the 2024-2025 school year, which restricts the TDSB's ability to make additional investments to launch and strategically execute the multi-year strategic plan. And finally, the multi-year strategic plan will provide a framework for which we use to assess and prioritize programs for alignment with each of the renewed strategic directions. On the next slide, you'll see some communication considerations that we will use to build awareness of the multi-year strategic plan, including TDSB Connects, news releases, direct emails, and engagement campaigns. On the next slide, the final slide, so this is our Inspiring Minds and Shaping Futures of a multi-year commitment to student success, and it's a compilation of all the engagement from all the stakeholders in education. On the next slide, so I'll invite any questions or comments on the multi-year strategic plan that's presented before you. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just seeing some in the chat that have come in. Okay, so we have Trustee Dawson, followed by Vice Chair Shan, and then Trustee Laskin. Okay, so Trustee Dawson, please go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to say thank you again for all the incredible amount of work that's gone into it. I can see that our feedback during the planning day that we had at the Ismaili Center has been taken into consideration, and that's really great to see. I really love how the goals are narrowed down and how it really clearly shows how our plan is aligned to the ministry guidelines. So I do appreciate it. I had a question about I think it was the last slide that you just showed, that our deficit prevents us from fully launching the plan. Can you go into some more detail about that through the chair?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I'll take that question. I think if we refer back to my introduction to the proposed operating budget earlier this week at the Finance, Business and Enrollment Committee, there are some of the actions that I outlined that I think are very much aligned with the spirit of the goals of thriving, of continuing with innovation, of building a culture of human rights, of further supporting achievement, that we would invest in alignment with this plan. Of course, we are going to begin its implementation. We will do it with the resources that are allocated by the board, but there's certainly opportunities for new innovations and for growth.
Okay, thanks for that. And I just want to offer that, again, we're passing a budget April 2nd before we have a budget. So from the government. So this is our opportunity to put together an aspirational plan before we're told what we are going to get, and then work back from that. So I hope that we can continue to take these things into consideration in the budget and be transparent about what we could have in the budget if we had the money. So I think, we look to staff for that guidance, and I know it's tricky because you have to fulfill your obligation to provide us with options to balance a budget, but if we sort of know what's needed above and beyond, then that's really helpful to us in our decision making on April 2nd in particular. And just one more question through the chair. With the different metrics that the ministry has provided, have they given benchmarks as well? Like, what do they consider to be a successful percentage of grades 1 to 8 students in terms of attendance and so forth. Through the chair.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would ask Dr. David Cameron to respond, please.
Through the chair, thank you, Director, and hello, good evening. They have they have not given benchmarks. They are very in conversations with the ministry. It's very early days for them, so they're hoping that there's a formative process going on here. Now, the EQIO, as an example, is a very new assessment. We'll remind everybody that it's only comparable for 2 years because it went completely digitally after the pandemic. So it's those kinds of things. So they have not given benchmarks of expectations in terms of targets. What they've given us is where we achieved the previous year, and moving forward, what are our intended strategies for those years. So they have not provided expectations of how far they expect us to grow on the 11 indicators, or indeed the 3 main priority areas, which is student achievement, preparedness for the future, and well-being and engagement. Are there larger buckets or domains?
Okay, thank you. That's it for me for now.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Vice Chair Shen, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you through you to the Executive Superintendent Addo, the team that worked with the consultant, Ms. Turner, and all of the staff that were involved in preparing this. I was fortunate to be part of the committee, so thank you for all the hard work that went in, and also the extended time that we had to deal with to get this done, and would have taken a lot longer commitment than what people had signed up to as staff members as well. So I want to thank those folks, and I also want to thank everybody who participated in the consultation, the community members, the students, parents, educators, guardians, and so on, the school community. My first question is it possible for us to structurally get back to those who had participated directly in a more customized manner, not necessarily customized in terms of content, but to at least direct it to their name to say thank you for participating? Because I know it is 2 things. One, obviously time that they have to dedicate, but also there's a lot of trust that they bring to the process when they participate. So it would be good to reciprocate a way in which we can thank them and provide that for the report back. Is that a possibility?
Thank you. And through the chair, we'll take that back to see how we can provide a structure to provide thanks, because there's a lot of different groups and individuals, so we're able to track that. There will be a final report, and in that report, there'll be a section that is dedicated to gratitude and thank to all those that have participated. But we can take a look to see how we can provide a personalized approach in a systemic way.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That would be critical, because if a student participated and receiving an email back with their name saying the board thanks them, this is the output, can go a long way in building trust in when people participate on this. The second question is kind of related to the same thing. I wanted to ask if there's a way for us to do a gap analysis of who participated and who didn't, and what were some factors for participation, not for this particular process, but I know this process was a very robust, comprehensive approach to consultation, and if we had gaps here, the gaps could inform us as to where we need to invest time and energy in terms of community engagement, instead of waiting for another 5 years to figure it out. Because we did realize when we did the renewal this year that the previous process also had certain limitations on who participated and who didn't. So not as an immediate task, I know we are stretched for resources, but if the data team can work on looking at bringing forward like some ways in which some of the gaps could be addressed, not necessarily back to the board, but to at least the communication and outreach team within the board to rectify those things, so we can slowly lead towards a much more comprehensive and inclusive participation in these processes.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, You may recall in a previous report, there was a map that showed the places where we received feedback from across the TDSB. That will be a starting point for us as we engage in further consultation around board motions that require consultation, such as the looking at cell phones and the use of cell phones in classrooms and schools. We will start from those places where we know we are going to need to apply different approaches in order to hear the voices of stakeholders in those areas. So I think we are already beginning to action some of the trends that we saw through this consultation process and build on some of the successes with respect to the strategies used within this process as we move forward with our consultations.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Through you, Madam Chair. I want to ask this question. I had mentioned this a couple of times before as well. These processes generate quite a bit of rich data, qualitative data, quantitative data, particularly qualitative. The stories that people have shared, the concerns they have addressed, and so on. I do understand that we have to narrow it down to a bit more of a higher level language for us to communicate back and to communicate a strategic direction, and all of their input somehow would have shaped this document. But I wanted to ask again, if the second, third layers of data that has been collected, not for public use, but at least for planning and understanding and learning use within different departments, if those things would be available to senior staff or staff who are in strategic planning and thinking roles, to be able to look at those things to shape their understanding of what some of the things that people have been raising and are concerned about.
Thank you, and through the chair, there will be a final multi-year strategic plan report that has both high-level themes that we heard from our engagement process, as well as additional level of details. We can take that back to see what sort of document we might be able to create to share the additional levels of engagement themes that we received as part of the process. And all of the data that we did receive was coded and curated, and the themes that were presented were the ones that bubbled up. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Is there a timeline around when we would see a higher level second layer operational plan around this? And going back to Trustee Dawson's question, like, what would it take for us to meaningfully engage in some of these aspirations and goals and visions that we've set out in this multi-year strategic plans? Like maybe even an operational plan, but also a plan that says, this would be a significant need in terms of resources to reach certain parts and to be able to know that.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, the Ministry of Education has set out through the Better Schools and Outcomes Act a cadence to reporting on the student achievement plan that the province has set out. It is through following their steps for implementation of the student achievement plan that we would be developing a precise annual operating plan. We expect, in alignment with those regulations, to have a plan before the board in October of 2024.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director. Through you quickly, I have 34 seconds, so I'll just drop all my questions. And I would like to know if we are planning to develop our own indicators, because the provincial indicators are great, but they are very limiting in terms of how they perceive student achievement to be and student well-being as well. So that'll be good to know when we would plan to look at our indicators. In terms of images being used, there are some concerns. Certain images could not reflect the kind of strategic priorities as well. So if there would be an equity analysis on images as well. And I'll stop there because I'm running out of my time. Maybe I'll go back later.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, staff have proposed in year one that our main focus be on reporting on the indicators as set out by the Ministry of Education. However, we fully recognize that in our current cadence of reporting data to the board in various board reports, that we do look at other indicators, and we would continue to do so and report that to the board. It is our proposal that in January of next year that we engage the board in a dialogue around which other indicators we would like to add, the board would like to add, and staff would like to add to report on in the second year of implementation. The reason staff have proposed it this way is we are both working with a new multi-year strategic plan, as well as rigorous directions and actions set out by the Ministry of Education. And we would ask for a year using the resources that have been allocated in order to be able to do this work well.
Okay, Trustee Vice Chair Shen, seeing as your time is up, do you wish to be back on the list, or have your questions been answered?
Most of them answered. I'll wait to see other questions and decide. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Up next, we have Trustee Laskin. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair, to staff. Having been involved in the process creating the current multi-year strategic plan, I just want to say how proud I am that we learned from that exercise, and we are creating a document that, although aspirational, feels to me that it is achievable over the course of the next number of years, especially hopefully when we have a government that will fund us appropriately during that time. My question really, I have no changes within the plan except to ask, based upon the delegation we heard from SEAC and the language that was requested, I'm wondering through you, Madam Chair, to staff, if they think it is possible to include that language somewhere in the context section of the report. For me, as I read it, it also is aspirational, and for those reasons, I believe it fits. But through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to understand from staff's perspective.
Thank you. Associate Director Sarisco, please.
Thank you very much, and through the chair to Trustee Laskin. Thank you for the question, Trustee Laskin, and a bit of an opportunity to elaborate on the incredible collaboration that we've had with SEAC, and an expression of gratitude to Superintendent Addo. The conversation was very rich, as you can hear from Mr. Lepofsky, who is an incredible advocate and such a wonderful resource to us in TDSB, with his now leadership once again as chair of SEAC. Language matters tremendously. Trustee Laskin, and our choice of language needs to be very carefully chosen. As you know, special education is it's a complex and very, very important component of our programs and supports and services for students. In my leadership of special education for many, many years, I have learned that choosing language is not something that I do independently. So this would have been a broad consultation with different staff departments. Our best recommendation is before you, because again, language matters. I completely appreciate the aspirations of Mr. Lepofsky in citing the K-12 recommendations, the committee's recommendations to the government. At this time, Ontario does not have an education standard. So our choice of language needs to be very thoughtful. So once again, I reiterate that the language before you in the report is staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, just back to staff. I guess my disconnect is the language that was put forward by SEAC is also aspirational and doesn't hold us. It says to make as much progress as possible towards achieving. So regardless of whether it's been approved or not, I guess I'm just, there's a disconnect for me because it commits us to making as much progress as possible. It doesn't commit us to the full conclusions of removing and fulfilling and whatever. So help me understand the issue through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And through the chair, back to Trustee Laskin. Thank you again for probing for precision. Language matters. I think at this time, Chair Chonos Lynn, that the committee and the Board of Trustees may benefit from hearing from our legal expertise on the importance of language choice. And as this would be a legal matter, I would obviously defer to Ms. Joseph Dowers on how to instruct you. Thank you.
Okay, I believe I would go into private at this point. So can I have a mover and a seconder to go into private? Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Thank you, Trustee DeVitis. So at this time, all in favor for moving into private? Any opposed? Okay, so we're going to take a moment and move into private. Can I just ask the director, is there anyone who should not be in the meeting? Like, who should be in this meeting? we live? Okay, thank you for your patience, everybody. We're out of recess. We were in public on item number 5.1, which is the multi-year strategic plan. And originally Trustee Laskin had the floor, but she's not in the room at the moment. So we are going to move on our speakers list to Trustee King. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. This will be a shift of gears from where we were in our conversation in private. I think along the way, I've always expressed appreciation for the work staff have done, and also just being impressed with how this has really evolved, and that's no different today. So I'm sharing that again. A thank you. I think because we've followed this process along for some time, my questions aren't necessarily about what's in the plan specifically, but I do want to explore a couple of things that came up for me in the report. I do have 4 questions I'm hoping to get to, and if not, I'd like to be back on the list. So within the section on context, we talk about collective vision. And we mentioned that the multi-year strategic plan provides coherent direction for staff about aligning with ministry plans and ensuring clarity and effective use of resource. I feel that by extension, the multi-year strategic plan is also a framework for parents and caregivers and community. I think it's what helps them understand the alignment with legislation and the use of our resources. I think it's the why to, why we do a lot of what we do. And I just wanted to hear from staff if that's a fair statement to make, that the multi-year strategic plan is also a guiding document in a sense for parents, caregivers, and community.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would ask System Lead Mahejabeen Ibrahim to respond to the question.
Thank you, and through the chair, just to, if I may, through the chair, clarify with Trustee King, in what sense a guidance? Is it in terms of transparency and communication? If you may, please help me understand your question. Thank you.
Yes, I think in terms of transparency and in understanding, what the priorities are, in understanding how resources are used. It's not just a guide for staff is what I'm asking, if it's also an answer in respect for families and community.
Thank you. And to the chair, to Trustee King, yes, absolutely. This makes it clear to the community what are the kinds of things the board is engaged in. But I would add to what Trustee King has suggested through the chair, which is also that our policies are similarly a guide or framework within which we act. The multi-year strategic plan, the initiatives the board undertakes, similarly are plans and frames through which we communicate the work of the board and the fulfilling of these goals, these objectives, these living these values and so on. So it is one tool perhaps that definitely helps folks see where our focus lies. But I would say there are many more. For example, our policies, of course, ground that work for families and communities and build that accountability and transparency. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Through the chair, it does. Second question. Equity as a guiding principle. This is something we spent a lot of time talking about. You can see in the visual on the plan that equity is a foundation of all of this work. You've spent some time outlining, what it means to be a guiding principle in the report. And if you click through, you can eventually click through to get a definition of equity that I'd say is more or less a dictionary kind of general definition. I'm curious to hear from staff, based on some of the responses and feedback you heard through this process, through other processes, just through other feedback in general, what is your sense of the level of understanding that the public has about equity in the context of education? Do you feel like there is broad and sufficient understanding? Do you feel like there's room for some more learning? Do you feel like there's a deep need for more learning? I'm just curious about staff's perspective.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would ask System Lead Ibrahim to continue.
Thank you, and through the chair, in terms of understanding terminology, to Trustee King through the chair, I really appreciate this question. We speak in education language, we speak in legal language, we speak in many ways. And so communication and how we communicate is critical. So helping people people access the information through many ways. So one of the links that we see in the document, for example, to equity, links to our equity policy that elaborates further on the kinds of work and the initiatives and the commitments of the board to help give a window into then what is it the board means when we say we're undertaking equity work. So that's really helpful. Again, this example, as in your previous question, is also about there's many more ways to understand what the board does through the initiatives, through the policies, through the language of the multi-year strategic plan. So I think that sort of multi-pronged way of explaining, understanding, building transparency, and as well as demonstrating what equity means and what equity achievements are is some ways that the board communicates how important equity is and what the board is doing in terms of achieving equity. I hope that helps.
Through the chair, I'm going to keep going on that one a little bit, because I think what I heard is that there are a number of policies that reflect this. And I think what I'm asking for, if you're comfortable with it, is a sense from staff of just where you believe the understanding is from public. So all of these policies, all these documents are here to explain that, but do you feel like it's being understood in the context of the kind of conversations we have and work that we do?
And through the chair, to Trustee King, I would say that there are different levels of understanding in the communities, experts, practitioners, passionate advocates, various. So our documents speak to various communities in various ways. Is there a particular concern, maybe, that if you could help me understand in terms of understanding equity, that maybe I can then, if you elaborate on that, I can perhaps answer more precisely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I'm going to ask Systems Superintendent Elizabeth Addo to respond based on the consultations and the feedback that we heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and through the chair, and thank you for that question. So through our extensive engagement, we heard the understanding that equity remained important as part of the multi-year strategic plan, that as a board that we continue to address inequities in terms of the allocation of resources, that it was very important that students and the diversity of students see themselves reflected not only within the curriculum but within the staff that are supporting the schools, and that our policies and practices are reviewed and drafted through an equity lens. In addition to that, we did hear a variety of perspectives around equity, and as well as some tensions around what individuals understood exactly what equity is, and equity of access and equity of outcomes. So we did actually hear a diversity. Most people through the engagement was very supportive of equity being continued to be embedded with the multi-year strategic plan, but there was a small element that had some questions about what equity was.
Through the chair, thank you. That is helpful. So extending from that into my next question, I'm wondering if, given that parent-caregiver partnership and effective communication are conditions for success here, I'm wondering if you see part of this work as having to provide any more support and learning to parents and caregivers about some of the concepts that we use when we talk about student success and achievement, equity being one of them, attitudinal change. Do you think that part of this work is also getting community to understand what that means in what we're doing? Or
Thank you,
Or do
and
you
through the
think
chair, absolutely. So if we think about how the multi-year strategic plan framework is set up, it includes the conditions of success. So what you're referring to is about our ability to lead, to be able to provide effective professional learning to all employee groups on how to have a deeper understanding about equity, what equity actually means as it impacts students in classrooms and schools at their desks. So definitely capacity building, professional learning that goes deeper of our collective understanding of equity in all its diversity is required and will be indicated through the plan.
Thank you very much. And if I may add, in the previous multi-year strategic plan action plans, there was a specific action plan related to engaging parents, guardians, and caregivers in learning about all aspects of the strategic directions, including bringing communities in to discuss how we all work together to ensure that schools are places where every student, regardless of their identity, can thrive. And that in and of itself is a conversation about the different forms of equity.
through the chair, thank you. I'll tell you just the last piece of what I'm thinking here, and it's regarding the communication. So there's a communication rollout plan for the launch, which would take us to about this time next year. And what I'm thinking is that the learning and the pieces that accompany this, I think that they need to extend beyond that launch period. I'm thinking about how important this work is, about how important understanding the priorities is. And I think that's something that continually has to be put in front of new community versus living in a place that they access it. And I'm just thinking of, between 2025 and 2028, we have new parents that are going to enter with kids in kindergarten. We have families that are going to make choices to come to our board from somewhere else. And I'm just thinking about how we continue to make sure that they're understanding the concepts, the priorities, and everything as they're new and as those 4 years go on.
Thank you, and through the chair, another great question. Part of the new legislation for the multi-year strategic plan requires school boards to engage parents in the first 2 months of the school year and the last 2 months of the school year to do exactly what you're describing, to be able to have an understanding of where we are with the multi-year strategic plan. It'll be an opportunity to refresh what our goals are and how we are progressing through the multi-year strategic plan. So that provides one sort of example, but really we want it to be a living document and to be having an ongoing communication and reciprocity as we move through the multi-year strategic plan.
Through the chair, thank you. Those are my questions, and my time is up as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee King. Up next, we have Trustee Williams, followed by Trustee Pay, and then followed by Trustee Arts.
Hey, thank you, through the chair. Just again, reiterating what all of my colleagues have said about the appreciation and thanks to staff for all the work that went into the consultations and bringing this report forward. I just had a couple of questions. I think it kind of tags on to the communication piece. Earlier on, Director Russell Rollins mentioned a dashboard. And I just have a question about if staff could elaborate on what that tool is, what it looks like, and how it relates to the communication piece. Because I think it all wraps back around to having parents, guardians, caregivers, and the public have a clear understanding, a user-friendly, clear understanding of these multi-year strategic plan and our strategic goals, and the implementation and monitoring of it. It really gives transparency and accountability and confidence in our school system. So that's my first question. And yeah, if you could respond to that, that would be much appreciated through the chair.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, the dashboard is still in its infancy in terms of its design, but conceptually, my vision for this dashboard is a place where parents, guardians, community members, staff could go to see progress on specific actions and outcomes related to the multi-year strategic plan action plans. It's a way for us to make visible some of the successes, both those that are qualitative as well as quantitative, in direct relationship to the goals that we have set out and the directions in this plan. It could take the form of student videos, quantitative data from assessments, as well as local assessments, district-wide census data, and other sources of data, as well as examples from schools. It would show, just as when you look at your car's dashboard and you think of your gas tank or your charge, what our progress is toward actually achieving those goals. So that's my vision of what this dashboard would be. And we hope that it would also set an example for schools in the way in which they communicate on an ongoing basis related to their goals in their student achievement plan. We recognize that for most parents, guardians, and caregivers, they care most about what is happening in their local school. And so we will provide examples of ways to communicate that locally, because we know that that is really what most parents, students, and caregivers care about, pay attention to, and want to contribute to.
Thank you for that response through the chair. So just tacking on to that train of thought, I've had questions from constituents about where to see, the actual indicators of progress and success of our multi-year strategic plans. I usually point folks towards the director's annual reports, which are very informative and thorough. So I'm happy and glad to hear that there's going to be like a user-friendly tool, like a dashboard, that might be more accessible and user-friendly. I think that was the questions I had for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Trustee Pay, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, may I ask the Managing Director a question regarding our previous MYSP goals? And do we have done anything regarding the measurable assessment for our goals?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, some of the data that we have reported back have been in various board reports and are summarized to a certain extent within the annual reports over the past 6 years since the multi-year strategic plan was established. We also have our research and assessment team that feeds to the system progress in specific areas. And so I would ask Dr. David Cameron to respond with respect to additional places where progress on the goals from the previous multi-year strategic plan have been reported.
Thank you through the chair. They're in a variety of because the multi-year strategic plan is a larger umbrella that is guiding a very specific policy. They're reported in all the annual reports that you see and you'll see that in the reports that come to board. reports from the annual reports from Center of Excellence, as an example, reports about model schools, other reports around early literacy, reports around the math strategy. There will be analytics in there that are connected to the multi-year strategic plan around transforming learning. So there's a variety of ways that the data, depending on how relevant that data is to the very specific parts of the multi-year strategic plan, is informed. We have school improvement processes as well in terms of local work from the school, from the learning network, from the learning center, in terms of demographic and achievement charts that map out a variety of different analytics that are important for school and student success. EQAO is one metric, so is report cards, credit accumulation, attendance, suspension, learning skills information, demographic information, including stuff from the school registration and student census. So there's a variety of different kinds of ways that analytics are put into play to inform the parts of the multi-year strategic plan that are intended in targeting at different relevant responsive areas.
Thank you. Sorry, Madam Chair. One thing I heard from the staff is the staff using EKO assessment as a snapshot to show whether students are meeting the curriculum expectations. So I'm just wondering if the staff really been evaluate, our new MISP goals by comparing last 10 years. The average of our TDSB test results from EKU and to the provincial results, or compare, for last, previous MISP.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would ask Dr. David Cameron to respond, and then I will offer some commentary as well.
We do look at trend information on EQAO. EQAO is one of the measures. It is a snapshot. It's intended to measure at system level information in terms of how well students are meeting the curricular expectations as demonstrated by their leveling. So level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. So we do look at EQO, but EQO is grade 3, 6, 9, and 10. It is a snapshot as you mentioned, Trustee Pei. So it is one of a concert of different indicators that are really important for school improvement processes. Generally speaking, we'll look at 10 years information. We look at decades of information around graduation rates, around different intersectional data, around how successful different racial groups are doing in relation to big targets like targets that are very important for post-secondary school access, like university level course participation or grade 9 performance in relation to the 4 academic subjects, which are very which we look at long-term data, trajectory data, to follow students that go out to our system to post-secondary school. College and universities mostly is the information we can grab outside of the TDSB to get a better sense of what's going on. What are markers analytically in our system that are strong tells for post-secondary school success? So there's lots of different analytics. EQO is just one of them. EQO isn't very strong of an indicator in relation to pointing at post-secondary school access. It's an important area because it's measuring curriculum and it's in concert with a variety of stuff. We typically look at 3 years. The big challenge that currently happened is EQO changed their entire assessment platform 2 years ago. So comparability is not available pre-pandemic. We have 2 years of information on the new platform. It's all digitalized, so it's a different assessment. So it's a 0.0 in terms of 2 years ago.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cameron. I would also offer that there are LN, Learning Network, and ward reports that are now available that contain student achievement information as well as other indicators. So that is available to trustees and of course used by our academic staff as we work to support greater student success. With respect to the previous multi-year strategic plan, one of the key distinctions between the 2018 document and the document you are considering this evening is that this plan is more precise. The last plan was built on I believe, 40 action plans, and that made it very difficult to consistently monitor progress and report out progress. You will not see 42 action plans in the document that we are bringing forward in the fall, entitled the Annual Operating Plan. You will see precise goals that are aligned with the detailed expectations of the Ministry of Education, as well as the indicators that are set out in the report this evening. And so in that way, we will be more able to report back to communities as well as to the board, and most importantly, use these indicators as ways of monitoring progress and adjusting our actions to better support our students.
Thank you, Madam Director. So, Madam Chair, may I ask the staff what's our EKU score for last 3 years compared to the province average?
Thank you. Through the chair, Dr. David Cameron, please.
Sorry, Dr. Cameron, you're mute. I can now hear you.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. We're in line with EQAO. We're 1 or 2 percentage points below in grade 3 and 6, the province. We typically go in line with the province. Math is lower. What I'm talking about level 3, 4, which is a B- average equivalence. If you were to look at something like the really at-risk indicators, you'd be looking at level 1. If you were to talk about failure, it would be 2 below. 2 is approaching demonstration of curricular understanding. So just to get clear, provincial standard was made with Dalton McGuinty. It was raised from level 2 to level 3 as an aspirational target. That's a B- target, just so everybody understands. The data that's reported back is level 3, 4. We do report level 1 and 2 as well in terms of our equity work. So we perform slightly better than the province in math and grades 6 and 9. We performed about 1 percentage point below the province. We're usually right in line in the low 60s. Trustee Pei, if you would like, I can put. We published we have an EQA report published on our research page. You can look at the data there. We have not looked at. We do have a 3-year run, but there's a lot of cautions in that 3-year run because the 3rd year is from the previous assessment before the pandemic, and that can't be comparable.
Okay. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I just would like to, start to make some comments regarding our performance on TAO. Can we improve from this just kind of average performance or a kind of a little bit below performance to move on more? Is that achievable in the near future?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I want to say that I believe in our students and our educational staff, and that we expect greater improvement, and we are working hard toward that. So yes, there is certainly room for improvement, and that is why as we develop our budget and as we develop our annual operating plans, and you can see reflected in the math strategy report, we are tailoring our actions to address the needs that we know exist among our students, and we are committed to raising achievement and fostering greater success and confidence.
Thank you, Madam Director. Do we have any quantitative goal for EQAO?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, we are following the Ministry of Education's process for establishing goals and targets.
May I ask what are those targets?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, and I would welcome Dr. David Cameron or System Superintendent Addo to elaborate. We are in a cycle where we will work with communities as well as look at our own data to establish what our goals are for improvement. I would offer one caution though. A system goal of improvement at any percentage rate is just that, a system goal. Some of our schools should be setting much more ambitious goals for improvement than a system goal would necessarily reflect. And that's why each school has a school improvement plan that sets out the needs of their students as well as the strategies to achieve improvement. And so we really do ask parents, guardians, caregivers, community members to look at individual school improvement plans and their targets and goals for improvement, because that is most relevant.
Thank you, Madam Director. I think we're a data-driven institution, especially in terms of research. And I think we're privileged to be Canada's largest school board with a $3.4 billion budget, with very robust research department. I think when we talk about goals, I understand qualitative goal is important, but quantitative goal also is important. So may I ask you again, so what kind of quantitative goal we have for EKO, which is very important task that it requires by Ministry of Education, because Ministry of Education basically asks, all the school boards should meet EKO expectations.
Thank you very much for the question. I will ask Dr. David Cameron to begin the response, please.
Yeah, currently there is not an expectation of system targets for EQAO. In other words, EQAO itself and the government hasn't gone forward with, unlike previous governments that came forward with, this is our goal, this is our target, we're going to hit 75%. You might, Trustee Pei, remember that a little while back with the Literacy and Numeracy Secretariat using EQAO in strategic work that way. At the moment, post-pandemic, there has not been any system-level targets or mandates that we establish them, short of establishing them via what the director was talking about, which is deep contextual work. Understanding our system is very diverse, and so while at school level, they are establishing goals that are very contextually specific to their needs assessments, their demographic and achievement charts that we've referenced earlier, not only EQAO, but report card grades, attendance, suspension rates, learning skills in terms of collaboration, resilience, and goal setting. All of those are part and parcel to what the schools look at to establish those goals and those targets. You also have access to that on award. You have a ward report that's school by school. So you can also look at that within your ward in terms of that. But in terms of a system level target right now, we have not established an EQO target for the new assessments in relation to whether we want to go up 2, 3, 4 percentage points. It's as the director has mentioned, when you have 238,000 students in 106 different languages across a city system at our size, that understanding what a system level goal means in relation to how it devolves into a variety of different learning networks and learning centers is an important part of why we have to look very carefully at key performance indicators and figure out what would be the most relevant and most informed given our new multi-year strategic plan, I would say, from my perspective.
Thank you very much. It is also my understanding that the Ministry of Education has the intention of school boards working with communities to establish goals for improvement that may include targets. So that is yet to come, and we would want to do it in a manner that actually meets the ministry's expectations.
Okay, that's a lot of information, almost too much and too spread out to be digestible. How would the trustee or member of the public get a snapshot of how things are going?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, we have a responsibility for reporting back on progress towards the student achievement plan, as well as the strategic directions in the multi-year strategic plan, at least twice during the year. You will see data in the reports brought forward to the board through committee that reflect the 4 different multi-year strategic plan directions and the actions in the annual operating plan. So that is one way in which the board will receive data on our progress towards those goals. Secondly, through the dashboard that was referenced earlier. Thirdly, through the learning network and ward reports that you have access to. And fourthly, through each of the schools in your wards, a school improvement plan. Those are 4 mechanisms that will be publicly available as well as to trustees.
I understand. EKU is not perfect, but EKU results as they are system-wide and objectively measurable. Although even though the EKU platform changed a few years ago, there's still the previous reports. So could we and the public get a document showing all of the EKU resources that we have for the last 10 years?
Thank you for the question. I would ask Dr. David Cameron to respond, please.
Yeah, of course we can. In fact, you have 2 years right now available on the webpage now. The reports, we usually run a 3-year run on EQA reports. We can certainly post on our website, and I can send an email to you, Trustee Pei, when they'll be posted to have a 10-year run on EQAO with the provincial comparisons. That's not very difficult for us to do. We have that data available. We use the data quite frequently in all the ways that we were just discussing.
Thank you. I understand that, even without the provincial goals, without having to look at 587 schools at our board, why would we, as a board, establish some quantitative goals, even if it matters? If we don't have goals, I just don't know whether we're meeting them.
Thank you very much. I apologize, Trustee Pei. I didn't hear the last part of your question. Would you mind repeating it for me?
Okay. Sorry, Madam Directors. I will repeat my questions. I understand that there's no provincial goals, okay? But we are the largest school board at Canada. We have the largest, budget of Canada. I think we should lead the nation.
What we're going to do for the year to meet
Okay.
those goals.
Sorry, somebody speaking in the background. Okay, I repeat again. Okay, even though there's no provincial goals, but we're the largest school board in Canada, and we have the biggest budget in Canada as well. So I think we should lead the nation, not just perform at the average or a little bit below average. That should not be our goal. So I think we need to set up a goal, especially quantitative goals, because those ones are measurable. Even though the goal may be very moderate, but I would still think we need to set up goals. So let me ask the staff, is what kind of goal we can really set up for EKU expectations for our board?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I did hear the question now. Thank you. It is important to set goals, as has been described. Without a goal, we cannot identify the appropriate actions to work towards achieving that goal. Our standards are not where we are right now. That's not our aspiration. Our aspiration is for all of our students to have the academic skills to be able to choose the future that they want to pursue. I want to make that very, very clear, and I believe that represents the commitment of educators across our system. With respect to a system goal, I am not adverse to that. What I am asking the board's patience with is for us to be able to develop those goals in a manner that actually meets the Ministry of Education's expectation, so that we are going out to communities once, so that we are sharing our goals with communities once and not revising it based on any further direction from the Ministry of Education. And then secondly, we want goals that are actually accurate. So they likely will be fed up from the goals established at each school to then derive what it would be for our system goal. So I hope that answers the questions that have been posed.
Thank you very much, Madam Director. Madam Chair, I finished my question, but I want to mention that I'm going to move a motion as a business rising, and I would like the board is to vote the 3 items regarding my motion. Thank you very much.
Trustee Pei. Up next, we have Trustee Arts. She's still muted. Trustee Arts, are you there?
Hello, yes, sorry, I didn't hear you. I'll just start through you, Madam Chair, by saying thank you to staff for the work on the multi-year strategic plan. I think my big questions were actually answered when we went into private on some pieces, and then we have a recommendation to add to the end of this. So, and I think my other questions have been covered by other trustees at this point. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And up next is Trustee Suskandaraja. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to echo my colleagues as well and thank staff for this huge undertaking. I know it's spanned a few months. And can I also take a moment to thank all my colleagues? We've had 3 consecutive meetings that have run really long with really heavy agenda items. So I just want to, say thank you for your commitment to the board and all the work that we do. And I don't think we get to thank each other enough. So I wanted to do that as well. Okay, I have a few questions. Thank you to my colleagues for asking such great questions. So one of the questions I have through you, Madam Chair. So for the executive summary where we've listed our 1 to 6, is that in terms of priority, like from the feedback we got, or they're just arbitrarily ordered?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, are you referring to page 14 of the agenda?
It's Appendix B. I'm not sure what number that's
What
on.
we heard?
Yep.
Pardon me, through the chair? I would ask Systems Superintendent Nadeau to respond.
Thank you. And through the chair, no, they're not in any priority. They're just to be taken overall of what we heard in 6 large themes.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, I saw that there's plans for future planning for staff. So I just want to know how this will look like in terms of carrying out the goals of this multi-year strategic plan, and how it's going to be different than what has been happening as part of our old strategic plan.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, the next step is to working within the framework set out by the Ministry of Education with respect to their student achievement plan to develop precise actions related to a set of goals that will correspond with achieve, belong, thrive, and revitalize. Those goals and actions will be measurable so that we are able to report back on how we know we're improving or areas where we know we need to put forth further effort and or resources to make progress towards those goals. You will not see a set of 40 action plans. They will be focused on the areas in the student achievement plan as well as some of the other core priority areas, and they will have much a limited number of important and evidence-based strategies to achieve the goals. You will not see a full list of 10 or 12 different actions under separate action plans. I would also draw the board's attention to commitments that I have made previously along with the senior staff, and that is we already have a math action plan. We will have a mental health and well-being action plan. We have an anti-racism strategy. We will have a future success, experiential learning, Thrive strategy coming forward to the board as well. They will set out comprehensive actions and supports for schools, all again, working in concert to achieve the strategic directions. So you should expect the annual operating plan with greater precision, as well as clearly stated indicators with respect to how we will be measuring progress. And then also those board plans related to mental health, literacy, mathematics, and future success, which will provide an even broader framework for how we're working towards those strategic directions.
Thank you. And my last set of questions through you, Madam Chair, is going to be around the EQAO topic that is taking a lot of the oxygen in the room, rightfully so, since it seems that's the direction the province wants us to go in. So through you, Madam Chair, question to Dr. Cameron. Can you speak more to what you mentioned, that there's been a change in the assessment? You said there's a change in terms of its platform, but is there changes to the test? What does this look like and mean?
Thank you, Dr. Cameron.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. The assessment went 2 years ago. The assessment went from a paper and pencil test with around 22 items for reading, writing, and mathematics for, say, grade 3 or grade 6 student, to an online test where they worked with they answered questions in a digital environment. That's a very different kind of assessment, and lots of research has been studied in terms of what kinds of different. It's not a comparable platform. In other words, when the thing about EQAO, the reason why it's a valuable assessment for Ontario is it's the only or the most standardized assessment we have. In other words, to best we can standardize it. In other words, a grade 3 student will take it. It will take 2 hours. They get one snack. They get the same script from the teacher. They sit down. They do the same assessment. So all of the environmental pieces of the puzzle are meant to be controlled. So there's some sort of comparability between a student that is in downtown Toronto and a student that is in Sudbury. When they change the entire assessment platform, what I mean by that is that they've changed the way that students are mediating those questions, and that has significant differences in terms of the ability to be comparable from a previous assessment. So as soon as they moved off of that item, you no longer can look at a 5-year run and say, oh, we went up 5 percentage points. That must be because we had this great reading strategy and all of our students went up in reading, and we must have seen that must have been realized in that grade 6 classroom when all of our grade 6 class our students and their 13,000 whatnot have there's been 200 to 300 more students that have achieved at a level 3-4. So the idea that it's reliable and connected to strategy, which is what the director is just saying we really need to do, is connect indicators. EQAO is a weak one. There's lots of really interesting ones beyond that one. that are measurable in our metrics, like attendance, like absenteeism, or like university level credits, so on and so forth. There's lots of different ones, but for EQO, that idea that it's actually connected to strategy, we can't look at that over a period of 3 years because the assessment has changed. So we don't know if we're looking at the change in the assessment in those numbers or change in strategy and practice.
Thank you.
That's what I mean by that break.
Through you, Madam Chair. And when did this change come into play?
It came into play in 2021. It was the first year, I do believe, that as soon as the pandemic finished, they went to pilot. You'll remember the EQO stopped. It went on freeze for a couple years. And then they went into a pilot, and they started to pilot items, and they changed items, and they've also shifted some of those questions, and they shifted some of the stuff that was in the paper pencil to an online test. Now, that means that there's lots of really positive reasons why they might do that. The only problem is you can't reach back and compare it to a previous assessment and be sure that what you're looking at isn't the change in standardization.
Thank you. So I have a question. I've tracked just very casually a few schools, and I've noticed their scores have greatly fluctuated. And now with the context you've given me, it's probably safe to assume is this change in platform. So I have a few schools that have gone from a 10 to not a 10. In those rankings. Do you have any rationales that you think why that has happened? Why schools who have traditionally done well with the change of platform are not doing well?
It's a good question. One thought about that's interesting is the size. You have to be really careful with percentages and size of. So in other words, if your school has 2 grade 1, grade 3 classrooms, and you have 40 kids, if 3 of those students hit at high level 2 instead of level 3, 4, you're going to see a percentage that, it went down 8 percentage points. What's going on here? But it's only 3 students. So the smaller the number of students, the more difficult it is to say, well, what's happening here? Has there been a new teacher, or is there a new strategy here? Are we doing something different than previous years? Why are we getting these lower scores? In relation to that particular assessment, it depends on a lot of things. So they found in studies of looking at adaptive simulated assessment. So one of the changes in a test that is on a computer is that kids can take something in number sense enumeration, a question, and they can get it right. And then based on that question, the dynamic nature of the assessment changes in response to what the student has just done. So they can get it harder or easier depending. It can gauge depending on an adaptive simulation test. They can change the algorithm changes and different questions come forward depending on how kids respond in that assessment. Whereas a paper or pencil is just a fixed paper or pencil assessment. It doesn't have those kinds of qualities. Students that have had a lot of time on interfaces like this and on computers tend to do much more. They tend to be much more comfortable in that medium. So it may be that in those instances, as well as their small size and the volatility of small size, it may be that they don't have as much comfort in doing a test into a computer as opposed to a paper pencil. Depends, right? So there's lots of differences in there. It gets a little complicated when you get down to the small classroom level stuff.
Thank you. It's really fascinating because it's interesting, as you say. I've noticed certain schools that weren't doing well, doing much better. And I wonder if those kids are having more screen times at home. Those are typically, SES, those issues with screen times. And maybe that's creating more comfort with using or doing testing in that way. But anyways, why I bring this up is from your experience, has there generally, because I don't have the detailed look at the EQA the way you do, is it typical for schools to sort of fluctuate between years?
Yeah, it is. It's especially at school levels. It's a fairly volatile thing, especially in small schools. And a lot of Toronto schools are small. So if you only have 25 students, and 5 students just missed the provincial standard at level 3-4, say they get a 2.9 or something like that, or a high 2 in terms of the items they're doing on the assessment, you look at those results, and the school has gone down by 25%. You're like, well, what happened? Went from 75 to 50. How did that happen? It could be just 5 kids. So in percentages, in small numbers like that, you have to be really careful about what's going on there. And that's where working with the community, working with your teachers, working with the principal, having an understanding of what's going on in their literacy program, in their numeracy program, what kind of pedagogic work they're doing. It's only a snapshot, a 2-hour test. The real meat of learning happens day to day to day in these environments. So while it does do some things well in terms of better for system level comparisons and shifts than at very small levels, other things it's weak, and you have to be aware of that is in concert with all the other things you might do in terms of student perceptions around belonging and identity. That's a huge marker. We've already have that measured out, how important identity in terms of academic identity is for grades 4, 5, and 6. So there's lots of things in there that you probably want to talk to or look through in terms of what's going on and the volatility of an assessment like that.
I appreciate that. So I understand where parents are coming from. I think there is, of course, a desire for tracking academic achievement. Parents are at loss at how to assess measures, so they sort of look to the EQAO because that's the only thing that's readily available to them. And I think part of the problem from where we're sitting at is I don't think we do a good enough job showing the different ways we do assessment and how we can track in a much more meaningful way. And I do worry about this hyper focus on EQAO for the reasons that you've just mentioned. It's less than ideal, but I think parents are just hankering to understand. They want to know, especially in a hyper competitive job market, they want to know, is my child going to be able to compete with other children? That's what it comes down to. Will they be able to get into those competitive university post-secondary programs and all of these other things? So is there a better tool you think we can come up with at a system level that is much more comprehensive and fleshed out so that we're not stuck constantly relying on the EQAO tests?
Yeah, I mean, interestingly enough, learning skills is a much more powerful tool in relation to post-secondary school access. And learning skills is a report card, a biannual report card that teachers assess on collaboration, goal setting, resilience, all of that. Now, it doesn't necessarily measure those things because it's so subjective, and not in a bad way. I don't believe in subjective assessments. I think judgment of teachers are super important. But it's just not standardized in the sense that you could suggest that all the 472 elementary school teachers that teach grade 2, as an example, would be assessing collaboration in the same way. It is a nice measure, though, of social and cultural practices of schooling, and that's why that measure is more powerful in EQAO in predicting whether students go on to post-secondary school access or not. So there are other measures that we're probably I don't think the parents would really realize, that the excellent, satisfactory, needs work on collaboration is actually that important a measure, but it is a really critical measure. It doesn't necessarily mean that that child is not good at collaborating. It means that the interpretation, that assessment, the interaction of teacher and pedagogy and student and content or whatnot is happening should trigger them to think about what about this. But this is where I think the director was going with a suggestion of having good system level indicators that are more responsive and relevant to the multi-year strategic plan. There's many analytical ways that we can start looking at. One of the things we are studying quite a bit of is what are those things that we need to pay attention to as kids work through their elementary school into high school in relation to marking out where they are successful as they move on to post-secondary school access. Because the idea in Thrive, I think, is all about coming out of K-12 environment and going out into the world, being prepared for whatever is coming next and being confident and moving in that kind of way. So there's all of those kinds of indicators inside of elementary and intermediate panel and middle school and high school and transitions into high school. Those are the things that I think are really, really critical to get right system-wide in terms of indicators that would be tells for us strategically.
Thank you. My time is up, but I do just want to share my concerns, of course, about tying ourselves too much to the EQAO and what the future implications of that is. Will we go down the route of teaching to the test? Are we going to tie teacher assessment to the scores? So I do worry about all those things. But thank you. My time's up. Thank you for answering my question.
Through the chair, I may have some additional response building on Dr. Cameron that I think really supports Trustee Sikskaraj's perspective and concern about EQAO as being a single measure of assessment and where we believe the province is going to support not only a multi-year strategic strategy, but within those, what are the goals within subject matters? And trustees, you'll remember in May we brought forward to you a math strategy. It is a very important strategy for the government, and you may have noticed a really different way that the government is expecting us to annotate, monitor, and report to them, as well as to the board and to the public. EQAO certainly is a key performance indicator that we are seeing connected to our multi-year strategic plan. However, they know that there are many, many more criteria and key performance indicators that lead up to increased achievement in EQAO. It is a stretch goal, if I may say that. And the reports that we've brought forward to you regarding the work that we've been doing in the math strategy really help illustrate that. First of all, the government is telling us that they want us to have 3 tight goals: ensuring fidelity of curriculum implementation, engaging in ongoing learning on mathematics content knowledge for teaching, and knowing the mathematic learner. Within those 3 goals, our math team need to be filling in 4 times a year on specific data points that measure those 3 larger goals. And we do that with data and evidence using surveys as we are working towards those. And you may remember at our last PSSC meeting, our reporting change. We were embedding percentages based on those surveys. So as an example, we were reporting back to you, and the title was called Actions Changing Practices and Outcomes. We reported to you in regards to professional learning that 86% of participants responded that the learning series increased their confidence in teaching math content. 95% of participants felt that the learning series was beneficial to them as an educator. So each of the 3 goals from the ministry, we reported back to this board using very, very specific data, and we're sharing with you even quotations from the learners. Our promise to you was at our next report back on our math strategy on May the 8th at the PSSC meeting, we're going to be bringing additional quantifiable data points. We're going to be including report card information as an example. EQAO is a really large goal. We are broadening the amount of data points and evidence points that we are looking at to see whether we are improving on the larger goals within the mathematics strategy. We anticipate that with the expectations of the KPIs from the province, just like they have built this expectation of entering data behind the scenes, we're going to see that same thing with other strategies. So at this point, it is premature to be thinking about what data that they would be expecting us to achieve. And I think it is very intentional that they have not quantified EQAO as it is a stretch goal, but will likely, just like we're seeing in math, be more precise with us in asking us what specific data they are looking for us to input. And it will be our great pleasure to bring that to this boardroom to show you the evidence that we are collecting and to be showing our continued growth. We'll be transparent where we're experiencing problems of practice and engage collectively in discussion with you on how we can serve our students to the very best of all of our ability. So much more to come and very exciting reports in our future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up on our list, we're on round 2. So I have Trustee Williams followed by Trustee Pay.
Thank you, through the chair. I had one more question that came out of conversations with community advisory committees. And the question was around how the multi-year strategic plan consultation, how the feedback from the CACs was documented and tracked, and what follow-up will be taking place with the community advisory committees to report back on how their input and recommendations were either considered or incorporated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would ask System Superintendent Addo to respond, please.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you for that question. The results and themes that were received from CACs were incorporated into the overall themes that we received that form the strategic directions for the multi-year strategic plan. At the conclusion of the engagement round, there will be produced an engagement report that speaks to what we heard, the numbers of engagement, and a lot of specific details that will round out what we've done through the engagement process in the multi-year strategic plan. As CEAC and PEAC are two official advisory committees, we did loop back to both of those committees. So there will be information available on the website, and we would be happy to be invited back if a specific CAC wanted to hear specifically any detail that's we are able to augment that could be posted on the website and through the report.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Williams. Trustee Pay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to have some clarification from the staff through you. And I'm not sure I understand correctly. I think the staff mentioned that we measure student math SKU by doing surveys, not tests. Is that correct?
Thank you. Through the chair, that is not correct. We don't measure student achievement through surveys.
Okay, Madam Director, but I heard is the staff talking about surveys, you know, like doing surveys and, you know, to see how students being successful in the math action plan. So could you ask the staff to elaborate with me what kind of measurable matrix we're using to ensure our math action plan is successful?
Thank you very much. Associate Director Zarisco, please.
Thank you very much. As an example, Trustee Pay, it is important, and we measure through our student census whether students report that they feel confident in mathematics, because feeling confident brings resilience as students are, and persistence as students are engaging in difficult math problems. Actually, it's a really important indicator for student success in math, whether you persist when something gets tough. So asking students what they feel about math and what their confidence is an important survey question that we use to determine whether we're building student confidence, thus persistence, thus stronger achievement.
What if the student overconfident? They don't have the skills, but they're overconfident. How to quantitative measure their skill? What I'm talking about skill side, real skill, real math skill. Because we had to prepare those students to go to university, college. What if they fail the math test when they get into university and college? When they feel they're so confident?
Yep, thank you, and through the chair to Trustee Pei. You're raising a really important point, and that is triangulation of information and evidence as we are looking at a student profile. And that's actually a third goal from the province, to know our mathematic learners. So not only are we looking at their achievement as measured by assessments like EQAO, like report cards, which build on diagnostic, formative, and summative assessments, but we are also looking at those other data points like their self-report of confidence. But of course, if a student is indicating that they're very confident, but they are not meeting expectations as seen in report cards or assessments from our educators, that we would be supporting that student through instruction. Thank you.
To my understanding, mathematics is quantitative science. So without quantitative measurements, how can we really measure student success?
Thank you, and through the chair to Trustee Pei. Certainly, an element of mathematics is quantitative. Trustee Pei, I'm presented with an algebraic problem, and I am able to solve that algebraic problem. We also know that mathematics in 2024 requires the ability to communicate, the ability to think of different responses and approaches to questions, to apply knowledge in other areas of learning, and to take that understanding and engage in a written problem solving, and to be able to tease out algebraic strategies, to comprehend what the question is asking, and to think much more broadly for application. So the quantitative element of solving algebraic problems is only one element of how we consider mathematics. Thank you.
So through you, Madam Chair, I would like to ask staff is, do you think EKU test is very important measurable matrix for us to determine student success?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, it is one important measure of students' achievement, particularly when taken into consideration along with a student's day-to-day performance on the assessments and in their learning in classrooms, as well as their attitudes towards mathematics and some of the other qualitative measures as well.
So, Madam Directors, what other qualitative measures we have besides EQAO? I'm asking quantitative measures, not qualitative measures. Quantitative.
Thank you very much. Through the chair.
Which means we can provide data, we can do a statistical analysis, we see the difference.
Thank you very much. Through the chair. We are happy to answer these questions in the context of the multi-year strategic plan. We also wish that the math report was in front of us so that we could refer to specific pages within the math report in order to answer your questions, Trustee. With respect to quantitative measures, there are also diagnostic assessments that have been supported through the province that teachers use in order to assess students' progress in relationship to particular math concepts and procedures. That is another quantitative measure. And I would also turn it over to Dr. Cameron or Associate Director Zarisco if they would like to add to the response.
I think I'll start. Thank you, Director and Trustee Pei. I think I'll start by just saying that perception information in social research is super important. It's a key indicator. Understanding a sense of identity and belonging and perceptions of how students feel in those spaces are critical. Having said that, so they're a part of the triangulation that Associate Director Shrisko was talking about, and even the ministry indeed even has items on their questionnaire, perception items around competence in mathematics that are are indicators within the provincial work they're doing. Having said that, there's lots of quantitative information. Absenteeism rates are a huge puzzle piece. That's all analytical. Suspension rates are a puzzle piece. Congregated classrooms, the proportions of students, percentage of students in special education congregated classrooms. Report cards. Report cards are a really, really important one, especially when you're looking at tracking at grade 9, the four academic courses in grade 9, 70% and above at credit course averages for your schools, Trustee Pei. That's a super, super strong indicator of post-secondary school access and post-secondary school success. We have lots and lots of quantitative information, lots and lots of ways to think about quantitative information. And the most important part of the challenge and the most critical part of triangulation is to build context, because statistical work is decontextual work. Teaching and education is a socially rich experience. It's a contextually specific experience. You need both perception information and quantitative data to inform work both at system level and at very local levels. So I hope this helps clarify.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I have another question. I think is regarding our mass action plan. The staff mentioned that we're waiting for the direction from the ministry. Instead of waiting, have we been proactively asking for direction?
Thank you, and through the chair to Trustee Pei. Trustee Pei, the ministry has provided us already, and the expectation was in November to identify our key performance indicators connected to our math strategy. So that information is already here, and I can refer you back to the report that came to the board. And you can see the full math plan that has all of the detail listed.
Could you just elaborate a little bit more?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that question.
Could you elaborate a little bit more regarding that plan?
Certainly.
Our indicators.
Yep, certainly I can reference just a few. It is an extensive document, and it appeared on November the 22nd, 2023 was our first time where we asked the board to acknowledge and receive the math strategy. Data sets that we talked about were student assessments, diagnostic and formative, report card marks, observations of student learning through pedagogical documentation, student conversations about math captured through pedagogical documentation, the number of female identifying students pursuing math and science in grades 11 and 12, increased teacher knowledge and confidence that we are measuring through surveys after professional learning is occurring. And we are doing that very frequently with our math learning partnered schools. Enhanced student confidence in mathematics as a key performance indicator as asked by the province. Improved family satisfaction with math resources and attendance patterns. So those are a sampling. And if you give me 1 second. On February the 21st, 2024, we provided update 2 in regards to our math action plan. The appendix on that document includes the full plan and the previous report. And In the appendix, we go into great detail. You'll see the full report there. So priority 1 is ensuring fidelity of curriculum implementation. We go into the very specifics of what we're doing at the board level, what we're doing at the school level, and indicators of what the KPIs we are using. As I said, the ministry is expecting us to be inputting in a very detailed document that we need to upload, very specific data, qualitative data points to show our progress on these skills. So again, we're not needing to wait. We have this and has been sent to the ministry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, my last question is, understand there's a changing term of EKU test, but we're not compare apple and oranges, right? We compare our score to the provincial average score. So, through Madam Chair, I just want that stuff. So it is measurable test. Am I correct?
Thank you. Dr. Cameron?
Are you asking Trustee Pei for clarification? Is the test as it exists now measurable or comparable, the TDSB with 14% of students in the Ontario comparable to the province now in the test environment that we exist in now? Or are you suggesting that there is comparability between these two different forms or methods of assessment?
No, I'm asking to compare our performance against the provincial average, because like I said, we're the largest school board in Canada, and we have the biggest budget in Canada. We should lead, not become average or below average. That's the goal.
Yeah, it's comparable to the province. I would not call our scores average though, and the provincial standards of B-. As an example, last year in reading, our grade 6 students hit 83% of them hit a B- standard. So that's not average in statistical work of any kind. Having said that, it is in line with the province. We always look at the province and compare to the province. We have as a population, we also have sophisticated problems that we talked about earlier, just yesterday around the LOI in relation to our student challenges, and that's why we have an LOI, is because there's environmental stress in big urban centers with high mobility and high immigration and everything else that challenges and is associated with outcomes and puts stress into outcomes and things like that. So it's not a one-for-one in terms of that. But yes, I would say that we constantly look at the relationship of our anything that we can compare with the province. We'll look at the province to look at, because it's informative to us for our strategy and our in our moves and our decision making.
So to wrap up, so EKU is a measurable assessment for our performance.
EQO is one point of information that is a metric that is comparable to the province amongst many very important points of information that the province doesn't collect in terms of, because they don't have the contextual data that we have in relation to success and trajectories of our students, and we've been following them for 3 decades. So it is one quantitative measure in a field of analytics that are very important, is alongside perception information that is also extremely important in informing our work and our strategies. So it's one particular metric.
And a very important measuring metrics, right?
It's important in the sense that it is meant to measure demonstration of curricular work. In terms of its the achievement levels and its relationship to post-secondary school access, which is one of the key and most important parts of life chances and earned income and everything else in careers, it is not a strong metric. There are stronger metrics that we know of in elementary school and in secondary schools that are quantitative in nature, that indicate that have a much stronger relationship with students moving into post-secondary school access.
But how do we measure our student success in post-secondary,
We
education?
We measure who applies and who confirms university and colleges, and then we look backwards from that into what their trajectory was, what their experiences were in schooling.
So what's our performance? What's the results, our performance?
Strong in some instances, work in other instances. It's always kind of mixed. We're sending 55% of our students into college and universities. We're seeing a 90% graduation rate right now, which is very high, 9 out of 10 students in our cohort analysis. We've had, in some of our historically marginalized students, we've had very high increases in graduation rates that suggest a relationship with public education that's shifting and dynamic. So, and there's still problems and challenges. We have challenges with our historically marginalized students in terms of STEM learning from grades 3 to going into grades 9. So it's mixed. It's mixed, but lots of success, and there's always challenges. Big system.
No, sorry, I think you misunderstood my question. My question is, how do we measure their success at the post-secondary education, which means university and college? Because we want to prepare us for their success. How do we know what they're successful? Even though we have really high, like graduation rate, even though like we send more students to the university and college, but that doesn't mean we really prepare them for success.
That's a good question. We have, Trustee Pei, we have a partnership with York University and TDSB, where we send a huge amount of our students. And we have a data sharing agreement with the University of Toronto, and we're looking at students who graduate and where they come from, whether they come directly from graduation, whether they come from colleges to University of Toronto, and the different kinds of pathways they take into whether they get they graduate with a bachelor's degree of some sort or not. So we do follow those indicators in relation to how well our students do when they leave as best we can. It's difficult because data sharing is a tricky thing in Ontario, but we do have some very interesting findings in there too that that speak to different ideas around our vocational work and our academic work and things that are actually feed back into our system as well.
So basically, you're saying like we do have a higher percentage student graduating from our high school, but we do not know the information whether we're prepared for success for their university and college.
I think I just said the opposite.
But you said that data collection is complicated. You don't have the data.
We have data sharing agreements with the University of Toronto, which sends almost a fifth of our graduates, almost a fifth of our graduates go to University of Toronto. We have another one we're working through with York University in relation to this. So the idea here is that we're sharing data back and forth with following students through their institution and through our institution to get a better sense of any markers that I just referenced. So we do have, there are some studies that are very interesting in terms of how well students do coming out our system, different pathways, different trajectories. As I said, whether they go to college first or whether they go directly into university. Those kinds of things we can follow their success, and there's some patterns there that are interesting. So we do have some sense of it, but it's more difficult to find because those students leave our system.
So you only have one set of data is ours, but you don't have the data from other jurisdictions, right? You don't have comparison.
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking there. In terms of
No,
comparison,
I'm asking like in other school board, like York Regional School Board.
Trustee Pei, your time is up. Perhaps you might take some of these questions offline with Dr. Cameron, because they're not really tied directly to the multi-year strategic plan report that's in front of us today. So may I suggest that as a way forward?
Okay, Madam Chair, thank you very much. Thank the staff. And I don't know if everybody finished question, I can move my motion.
So first we have to receive this report. so not received, to approve this report, and there is a motion to approve this report, and also with respect to the SEAC. So I'm just going to ask, I believe I need a mover, and I don't think there's anyone else on this. Is there anyone else on the speaker? No, there's nobody else on the speakers list. So I would ask for a mover and a seconder for that.
Trustee Art?
Sriskandarajah.
Trustee Sriskandarajah. So it's Trustee Arts and Trustee Sriskandarajah. So we're just going to ask that what we talked about earlier, to have it just put on the screen so that everybody can see it. If we can get it on the big screen. Just give us 1 sec. Okay, there it is. So this is a recommendation. No, we're missing something. We're just going to fix something on the screen for a sec. Just ask for everybody's patience for a minute. Gosh, this chair. Okay, so we're back. I just want to clarify, sorry, it's just been a long week. But the recommendation, this first one from 5.1 was already on the floor because of the approval of the agenda. So we'll do this one. So wouldn't.
We now need the amendment. So Trustee Arts is moving an amendment.
Trustee Arts and Sriskandarajah are moving an amendment. So we'll do the amendment first, right? And then we'll go back to the full motion. So there's just an amendment to 5.1. I hope I'm being clear with everybody. It's hard because the only other person in the room right now with me is Trustee DeVitis. Do we still have quorum? I'm just looking around to make sure trustees understand what I'm doing.
Sorry, can I ask a question about this? Is that out of order?
Is this a point of order?
Well, I guess I'm just trying to clarify what we're voting on. So we had the SEAC motion up.
So
that we're voting on an amendment which could pass, and then later if we don't vote on the SEAC motion, the amendment still passes?
The SEAC recommendation from earlier today, from that report, was never on the floor.
Oh, I see.
The report was on the floor. It's just
Right.
like at PSSC or, whenever we've had those. There was no motion made by trustees at that time. Trustee Arts and Sriskandarajah are moving this amendment to the recommendation on 5.1.
Okay. So we're voting on the amendment, and
so
then
we're
we
voting
then
on the
will vote.
amendment first. If it passes, it will then be attached, and we'll vote on the main motion. Like it will, as amended. It will be the motion as amended to approve the multi-year strategic plan report that we just went through.
Oh, okay, so it'll be
And then-
appended to the main motion. Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry if I wasn't clear. It's been a long day.
That's fair.
So we have a mover and a seconder, and are we doing this on eScribe? Okay, so this will be on eScribe if you're using eScribe, and we'll ask all in favor of the amendment.
Stand in favor.
That's Vice Chair Shan is in favor. Chernus Lynn is in favor.
Arts in favor.
Johnson in favor.
Hastings not in favor.
Roger Closing, I'm in favor.
Trustee Earhart in favor. I'll just note that it's very hard to read the screen at this time. My apologies, but in favor.
So, no, that's, Trustee Gose, can you just repeat your vote? It was a little bit hard to hear. And just 1 second, Trustee Earhart, we're going to try to figure that out. Is it possible to enlarge the screen? It's hard in the middle of the vote. Would you like me to email it to you, Trustee Earhart, so you can look at it?
No, that's fine. I'm comfortable. Thanks very much.
I can read it
Chair.
out to you if that helps. Would that help?
No, I think I can read it now. Thank you very much, Chair.
Madam Chair, Trustee Hassan in favor.
Who are we missing?
All right.
Trustee King, Trustee Laskin. I don't know if Trustee Laskin's in the meeting. Trustee McLean is absent. Trustee Patel. Trustee King. Trustee Wong.
Trustee Pay in favor.
Thank you, Trustee Pay. Can you confirm if we have quorum? Okay. So I'm going to ask one more time. Trustee King, Trustee Patel, Trustee Wong, how do you vote? And Trustee Gose. Okay, well, we'll just mark them as absent, please. And that has carried. Now we're going to go back to the main motion as amended. If we could just put that up on the screen in a minute. Just bear with us, everyone. Same. Okay. Trustee Arts and Suskandaraj, just confirming that you're moving the main motion as amended.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. It's coming up on the screen in a minute, everybody. And here it is. It's little too. Trustee Earhart, would you like me to read it?
I do, if possible, if someone could paste it into the chat or send an email. This one I can't read, and I want to make sure that I can read what I vote, and I would sincerely appreciate if something were possible. Thank you very much.
We can do that.
Thank you.
I think someone's doing it.
Sorry, I'm still confused. We're now seeing the SEAC original motion in front of us, and I thought what we were going to be seeing was the multi-year strategic plan motion. I'm not understanding. Did we just amend the SEAC motion?
What it says is that staff consider the following recommendation from SEAC in developing the annual operating plan for the multi-year strategic plan. And then it has a quote from what they sent us. Although and then it has also that staff report back to SEAC on the board's direction. That was the amendment that you voted on a minute ago.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is that, and then,
Yeah, that's clear.
so now we're doing the whole motion, which has just right before it what was the original recommendation from this report from staff. It is recommended that the multi-year strategic plan 2024-2028, including the values, guiding principles, strategic directions, conditions for success, and indicators of progress as presented in the report, be approved. And then it has the amended portion of the direction we're giving staff. And that's the whole motion. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you for reading it.
No problem. I'm happy to repeat it if it would help for anybody who didn't hear it. If anyone wants me to repeat it, mention it right now before we open the vote.
Madam Chair, can you repeat that for me again? I'm sorry.
Sure. So the motion is, it is recommended that the multi-year strategic plan 2024-2028, including the values, guiding principles, strategic directions, conditions for success, and indicators of progress, as presented in the report, be approved. And then it says that staff consider the recommendation from SEAC in developing the annual operating plan of the multi-year strategic plan. And
Thank you.
and then it has the original piece that SEAC had recommended to us. And then it has part C, which is that staff report back to SEAC on the board's decision. So we will now open the vote. Chernus Lynn in favor.
Roger.
Laskin in favor.
Trustee Pay in favor.
Dawson in favor.
Rajagulasingham, how do you vote? Trustee Rajagulasingham? Is she here?
In favor? In favor?
Thank you. Trustee Gose? Trustee Hassan? Trustee Rajwani? I don't think she's here. Trustee Shan, how do you vote?
In favor.
He's in favor. think they're absent. Is Patel in the room?
Trustee King is here and in favor.
Thank you, Trustee King. Mark the others absent.
Did you get me? It's Trustee Laskin.
Yes, we got you, Trustee Laskin. Thank you. And that has carried unanimously. Thank you, trustees. Okay, up next, we have a business arising motion from Trustee Pay. Is there a seconder for this motion? Trustee Hastings is seconding this motion. Okay, Trustee Pay, over to you. I do understand you want to do it ad seriatim, but that's for voting.
That's right. Yeah, Madam Chair, yes, for voting.
It's for voting. Okay, so
Yes,
the entire
for voting.
motion is before us right now. Okay, so
Yeah.
over to you.
Okay. Thanks so much, Madam Chair. Thank you, trustees. Thank you, staff. The TDSB strategic plan for its MYSP 2024-2028. The new MYSP is based on feedbacks from TDSB of previous 2018 to 2024 MYSP, the previous MYSP, including that the new MYSP should be more focused with increased transparency, accountability, and measurements, and effective teaching and learning continue to be important. Participants wanted a renewed focus on literacy, numeracy, and STEM. It's crucial that measurable, objective, reliable data must be consistently used to ensure its success. One of the 4 strategic directions of the new MYSP is achieve, and this includes that all students reach high levels of achievement and holding high expectations for students and finding ways to set goals and monitor progress with them. This is important in order to improve student achievement. Achievement is key to every student's future success, well-being, post-secondary outcomes, and many other aspects of their development. The 11 compulsory Ministry of Education indicators of progress include the percentage of students who meet or exceed the provincial standard on grade 3 and 6 EKAO reading, writing, and mathematics, grade 9 mathematics, and the Ontario Secondary School Literacy Test, collectively referred as to meet EKAO expectations. Data from EKAO assessments act as a snapshot that shows whether students are meeting curriculum expectations in reading, writing, and mathematics at key stage of their education. And the EKAO's data are an important indicator for student learning that adds to the valuable available knowledge about how Ontario students are doing. One of the new MISP's 5 listed conditions for success is effective communication, and that the board regularly engage in a two-way communication with our internal and external educational partners. Therefore, I would like to move motion of requesting a report from director by date no later than 7 days before seeking board approval for the new MYSP. The director shall report to and seek approval from the board of the specific measurable achievements and other goals that the TDSB will implement for this new MSP, including but not limited to the following. Number 1, measurable assessment of previous MSP goals. The director shall provide to the board and to the public specific measurable data on multiple indicators of whether and to what extent the goals of TDSB previous 2018-2024 MYSP were achieved. Number 2, evaluate the new MYSP goals by comparing 10 years of TDSB and the provincial EKAO results. Number 3, TDSB set and announced measurable goals for student achievement and improvement. TDSB MISP strategic plan will set and announce measurable goals for improving student achievements every year with reference to objective measurements, including but not limited to improvement in EKAO results achieved by TDSB students. Number 4, TDSB shall set and measure student achievement by annual percentage improvement in EKAO results. More specifically, TDSB will aim to improve student achievement system-wide by increasing the total percentage of TDSB students who meet EKAO expectations by the following cumulative additional amounts every year. For the first 2 years, 2024, 2025, 2025, 2026, by 2%. So basically 2% more TDSB students will meet EKAO expectation compared to the previous year. For the last 2 years of MISP, 2026, 2027, and 2027 to 2028, 3% more TDSB students will meet EKAO expectation compared to the previous results. This motion is about setting measurable goals for student achievement, improvement, while demonstrating the transparency and accountability for the board to the public. My dear colleague, I hope you can support me for this important motion. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any speakers on the list, so could I pass the chair? Because I'd like to ask. Trustee DeWittes?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'd like to ask staff to comment on, it strikes me that we've talked about many of these things tonight, and I do believe many of the pieces are important in terms of wanting to ensure that our expectations are high for our students and for our schools. But we've talked about them in a variety of different ways, and I guess I'm just looking to staff for some comment on this, as well as the feasibility in terms of timelines of some of these things. So I'd like to ask staff for comment on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, as much of this particular motion relates to EQAO, I'm going to ask Dr. David Cameron to offer his response.
Well, I mean, the data is there. The target that for clarification, are those 2% and 3% that Trustee Pei that you put forward? Are those did you just think of those, or where did they come from? My understanding of the multi-year strategic plan and the work that we're trying to do in concert is to work with community, to work in a variety of ways over a period of time to establish very good, broad and relevant indicators, KPIs in relation to this. EQA will be a part of that, but it will be in concert with many things that we're working through. I think the director mentioned in a 6-month period, it takes time to build indicators that the community would respond to that are relevant to what we just talked about access to life chances, post-secondary. We know I've studied these things in a while. So I guess my feedback is that I don't agree with the approach. So that's in 7 days we couldn't do that, and I don't know why we would pick 2% or randomly, or 3% or whatnot, or so I just don't agree with the approach personally from my experience working in education.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, if I may offer some additional context. Thank you, Dr. Cameron. The former multi-year strategic plan, I believe, spanned from 2018 to 2022. And in 2 or perhaps 3, I stand to be corrected by staff, EQAO was not administered. So those years would be missing from any analysis. Where the board is if the board is to approve this motion, it certainly would extend the timeline for consideration of all of the information in addition to the multi-year strategic plan, strategic directions, perhaps into the new school year. As well, some of the expectations embedded in this motion, I think, are inconsistent with the expectations set out by the province of Ontario with respect to reporting back on the multi-year strategic, reporting back on the indicators of progress in relationship to the goals set out by the ministry and the manner in which targets should be developed.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions. I'd like to take the chair back, and if that's possible.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Next up on the list, we have Trustee Earhart, followed by Trustee McLean.
I thank you through the chair. This is more of a comment than anything else. My understanding is that through our bylaws, we have the ability to put forward business arising motions. We don't need to engage other trustees when we do so. So that's all fully what we do. But I want to invite all of my colleagues, and I mean this for me too, that we seek to work together, particularly for like multi-page motions, to share the information as best we can. To allow us time to digest it. I'm hearing advice from staff, but at least for me, the kind of learner I am, when it's multi-page in particular, I just need time to read the words and digest them, and I feel that time won't be afforded through a business arising motion of this length. So I simply want to offer that as feedback to all my trustee colleagues, that for me, that is something that would help to build my support, and I'm always happy to try my best to offer comments through email, and I hope that's I know that I too put forward business arising motions, but it is challenging to review something like this so quickly, and I hope that's taken constructively, and thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Up next, we have Trustee Laskin. Oh, I'm sorry, McLean. Trustee McLean first, then Trustee Laskin.
I'm happy to, if she was on first.
No. You were on first. I didn't see it.
Thank you, and through the chair. I think the mover for the motion, I agree that I like the idea of targets, and that we should have high expectations, and we should be encouraging and doing everything in our power to hope that our students achieve at high levels. When I first read number 2, I was thinking that this could be a valuable tool, and then I remembered the COVID years and the impact it would have would really negate the information collected in that regard, in my opinion. And the rest of this is, directly related in one way or another to the EQAO, and I'm not a big fan of the EQAO testing. Not that I don't mind the test itself. I've had the pleasure to actually attend a school council meeting in which the school's results were looked at, and it was quite informative as they broke down specific questions that allowed them to understand as a staff certain concepts that they hadn't taught as well as they thought they had taught. Because of the aggregate on how the class had done, they had learned that throughout their best intentions, they had taught a unit that was tested on the exam, and kind of uniformly their class didn't do as well as they thought. So it was clear to them that it was an area that they could double back on. And so in that regard, it was a very useful tool, and I think it can be for certain things. I don't like it as the mechanism to judge schools, to judge boards, to judge geographic areas. But I'm not anti-test in general. It's just, and the applications here, I have issue with, and the timeline I don't think works. While I admire the aspiration behind what it's hoping to achieve, I won't be in a position to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. Next up, we have Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So back in 2018, I attended along with over 5,000 other people during the course of the ministry consultation led by Professor Campbell. And Professor Carol Campbell led this. This was Ontario sponsored. It was 7 months long. It engaged with 5,000 Ontarians, 100 plus stakeholders, and all kinds of other folks, and completely agreed with their recommendations back in 2018, which was to completely phase out grade 3 and grade 9 EQAO, and to modify grade 6 and to remove the grade 10 literacy test. And frankly, it's not improved since. There's a high level of concern about the impact of EQAO assessments given our own commitments to equity and minimizing undesirable indirect effects of assessments on student learning and well-being. I know we have to do EQAO because it's government mandated, but to think that that is the key target, I don't want any part of it. So I will not be supporting that. And if I had my druthers, EQAO would be canceled and the whole money put over that organization be reinvested to actual things that will help student achievement and success. The idea that we would be arbitrarily increasing targets when every single time people write this test, it's a whole new group of kids. It's a moment in time. The stress that it causes to young children, let alone teachers, I'm so fundamentally opposed to it. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will not be supporting this motion, and I trust our staff to come back to us now that we've unanimously approved the multi-year strategic plan with working with our research department, actual measurable targets that will be communicated publicly. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm not seeing anybody else on the list. Trustee Pay, as the mover, you...
Sorry, I have a question. A comment, rather.
Oh, my apologies. I didn't see you on the list. Is it Trustee Suskandaraja?
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead, Trustee.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Pay, for your motion. And, you know, I appreciate your passion for constantly making sure that we live up to, you know, making sure that students are thriving and achieving highly. I think high achievement is an equity issue. So, you know, and I think we expect all our children to achieve very highly, and I get that's what's driving this. You want to make sure that this is a school board that people are proud of to put their kids in, that we're competing with kids who choose other, you know, places to put their children in. My only concern is that I do, as I mentioned earlier, when I was asking my questions to Dr. Cameron, I do have some concerns about putting so much reliance on EQAO. I do get the desire for an objective measurements, and I think we can arrive at something like that. I just don't think it's EQAO. You know, for example, I would prefer to see how an individual student is improving. Like, you know, are we comparing their grade 6 scores with their grade 3 scores? I would rather see how a student is improving, as opposed to seeing how the system is doing, because I think it misses a lot of the nuances. That being said, you know, we are voting at Seriatim. So I do think there are some valuable things in here that I will be supporting, especially ones that aren't speaking only to EQAO. But the ones that rely solely on EQAO, I just won't be able to support, because I do think it's flawed, the tool. But again, I do appreciate where you're coming from. I just don't think this is necessarily the right way to achieve it, but I do appreciate you pushing the conversation towards achievement. So thank you.
Okay, as the mover, Trustee Pei, did you wish to close?
Sure, Madam Chair. Thank you, trustees, for your comments, for your input. You know, first, my sincere apology to Trustee Earnhardt. I do understand that I try to deliver in the ones when possible, but you know, we're all trying our best. Okay. You know, I'm practicing dentist during the day. You know, I'm really tough with my job. You know, I've been through 2 really lancing meetings. You know, last 2 days. I think student success is very important. So we're our public trustees. We all care about student success. We all care about student achievement. But how we can measure whether our goal is achievable, how we can measure our student, whether they're successful, not even at our school board, but most importantly, we prepare them for future success in their future endeavors, such as going to university, college, or pursue other careers. I understand no test is perfect, but EKAO, it is the test recommended by the province. It's been done by the school board all across the province. I think that's the only way we can really quantitatively measure our performance when we compare to other school boards. Our performance is not something we're really proud of. We're either at the average or slightly below the average. We should do better. I think EKAO is a very good measuring assessment regarding student success and achievement. So let's use that as a tool to make sure our students are up to the challenge this province setting. I hope my trustee colleague can support this important motion. Thank you.
Trustee Pei, it's 3 minutes to wrap up, so thank you. Okay, I think seeing no other speakers on the list, we're going to open the vote on this one. So we are going to vote. Trustee Wong, please go ahead. Sorry, I didn't realize you had a question. Trustee Wong?
Yeah, sorry, I'll just take me a bit of time to unmute. Yes, I'm reading it carefully. It's a very, very content-heavy motion. And then as we are voting Seriatim, I want to ask the question about when I look at number 1. So we are voting it separately from 1 to 6. But then when I look at 1, at the end of that, number 1, it says that TDSB will implement for this new MYSP, including but not limited to the following. So again, if I do not, or in the case of that, I agree with all of them, but in the occasion that I'm going to be supporting one or not the other, because it's what it says here that that's not limited to the following, right? So how can I decide? Like if I'm not agreeing with any one or just one, do I have to vote no to number 1? So I wanted a clarification from them, from the mover and seconder, or to clarify what the intention it is. Like how do I move on if there is a difference in terms of how I decide on each particular item? Am I making sense?
Yes, Trustee Wan, certainly makes sense. I would say I think that the number one really about a report regarding how the last MYSP is, whether it's success or not. You know, like we need to set up a measure achievement, the goal, and just want to understand, you know, how the last MPs was performed.
Like, would it be easier, and again in my mind, if that particular the item number 1, if the last part of it get removed, like when you say that will stop at the TDSB will implement for this new MYSP without including the following items, then it will make it easier for me to decide what to do with that particular part of the motion.
That's a very good suggestion. Let's remove that. Thank you, Trustee Wong. Yeah.
Thank you. Make it again, make it easier for me to understand. Thanks.
Thank you.
So can I just clarify, does that mean the sentence ends at new multi-year, not my year, multi-year,
That's right.
can't speak anymore, multi-year strategic plan?
You're right, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we're going to remove
correct.
including but not
Yep.
limited to the following.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
You're correct. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to vote on part 1 first. We're just going to get that up on the screen. There it is. Okay, all in favor?
Trustee Pei in favor?
Sorry, is this on eScribe?
Are we getting it on eScribe? We're just getting it up on eScribe. I thought it was, sorry.
Question through the chair from Trustee Earhart.
Yes, Trustee Earhart.
Apologies. Will we also be voting on the, this is going up. Will we also be voting on the whereas clauses?
Well, they're part of the motion. So what happens with them? I'm just asking governance for advice on this, for clarity. So once we've done the complete result, like all of the different clauses, as it appears in the record, it will show if it passes with the clauses. The record would show it in its entirety with all those whereas clauses. So essentially, yes, you're supporting, I think, right? So according to Ms. Joseph Dowers, yes, you're supporting those clauses.
Okay, through the chair, perhaps, but may I make a proposal that we perhaps go back to the whereas clauses at the end? Should the motion or elements of the motion pass?
We've already.
We're already in. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Trustee Lee in favor.
Dawson against.
Trustee Pay in favor.
Laskin against.
Chernis Lynn against.
Earhart against.
Chan against.
King against.
Trustee Williams, Trustee Hassan, and Trustee Gose, how do you vote? I don't think they're in the meeting.
Trustee Williams here. I
Oh.
voted on eScribe.
Yes, we got your
Trustee
vote.
Hassan here in favor.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Hassan. And so part A has been defeated, or part one, I think. Part one has been defeated. Next up, part two.
Madam Chair, does eScribe actually pop up?
Yes, it did. I saw it on the screen, the vote.
But the actual vote, like the ability to vote on eScribe.
Yes, it was up on the screen.
Okay, can we ask staff to take a look at why mine didn't pop up? Thank you.
Pardon me?
My vote never popped up, so it'd be great if staff can help me look into that.
I think it recorded your vote, but
Because I yelled out my vote.
Trustee Lee is asking if his vote was recorded. Can we just double check that?
And he's
Madam
asking
Chair,
why his
it was-
eScribe it's not working, or it's not coming up on his eScribe.
Try refreshing your eScribe. I had to do that.
Okay, I will try.
That works every time.
Thanks for the pro tips, guys. It was recorded. So moving on, we're on item number 2. This is the measurable assessment of previous multi-year strategic goals.
Trustee Pay in
Laskin
favor.
opposed.
Trustee Pay in favor.
Earhart opposed.
Prisca Naraja in favor.
Can we pause for a second? We're just, eScribe seems to be working at a snail's pace tonight. It's not staff, it's technology. I think it's tired from all the action it's had this week. It's not up, or it is? Okay.
So the screenshots show that Lee has record.
Yeah, we got his phone. I told him. Thank you, Manshu.
Okay, so the vote is up now. Could we get the
Okay, can trustees who are, I know we had trustee Pay in favor, trustee Laskin against. Against. We're missing trustee Hassan. Yeah. Vice Chair Shan, how do you vote?
Against.
Against.
Hassan in favor.
Yeah. And that has been defeated. On to part 3. This is evaluate new multi-year strategic plan goals by comparing 10-year TDSB and provincial EQAO results.
Laskin opposed.
Just 1 second, Trustee Laskin. We're just waiting for eScribe to open the vote. I've logged into it as well, so I'll have a sense of when it's opened. Okay, the vote is now open.
Shan opposed.
Trustee Pay in favor?
Rarely vote no. Trustee Hassan, how do you vote?
In favor, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That has been defeated. On to item number 4. This is the TDSB set and announce measurable goals for student achievement improvement. I'll let everybody know when the vote opens.
I'm sorry. I'm so sleepy.
I know, me too. You did it twice?
I did it.
Background music or something. I was gonna say, you could sing, but I heard you don't do karaoke.
Madam Chair, what are we waiting for, or are we voting for anything?
We're just
Here?
waiting for eScribe to catch up with
Oh, okay.
us.
All right
Sorry,
then.
Trustee Pay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And nobody's offering to sing. Trustee Lee can sing.
Unless you want my daughter to.
Pardon?
Unless you want my daughter to sing or something.
Okay, we're gonna do, I'm not sure how to, okay, we're gonna do eScribe orally. So I'm gonna go by the agenda. Okay, so I'm against. Trustee Arts,
Sorry, was that for me?
pardon me? We're wondering we're voting right now
For
on
number 4.
number 4. So we're gonna do it orally because we are having some issues with eScribe. It's tired.
Yes, we all are. Sorry, for number 4, in favor.
For number 4, which I will read out just so that everybody knows. TDSB set and announced measurable goals for student achievement improvement. TDSB's multi-year strategic plan will set and announce measurable goals for improving student achievement every year with reference to objective measurements, including to but not limited to improvements in EQAO results achieved by TDSB students.
Trustee Pay in favor?
Okay, we're gonna call it out just because Ms. Joseph Dowers has to record it in paper. So we're on Trustee Dawson.
Dawson against.
Okay, and Trustee Arts, how did you vote? I'm not sure we caught it.
Sorry, I said in favor.
eScribe is back. Okay, we're going to go by eScribe.
Laskin opposed.
Hassan in favor.
Shan in favor.
Ghost in favor.
It's redundant. We're already.
Nunziata in favor.
That has carried. Okay, and on to number 5. eScribe is open, everybody.
Laskin against.
Shan against.
Trustee Pay in favor.
Trustee Ghost against.
Trustee Wong, Trustee Nunziata, Trustee Hassan.
Nunziata against.
Hassan against.
Question, Madam Chair.
Yes, Trustee McLean.
Number 6, as it pertains, it's.
I was against, Madam Chair. My vote is incorrect.
Okay, number 6 refers to all of the information referred to this motion, and some in the motion has succeeded and some has failed. So does the all pertain to that which was adopted and limited to that which is adopted? Or does that, does all include all of the areas that were defeated? The word all here is messing with me a little bit.
Okay, we're going to get clarity on that, Trustee McLean. I actually wondered the same thing. First,
Madam
I just
Chair,
want to let
point of
Trustee
order.
Laskin, I want to let you know that your vote has been changed
Thank you very
to
much.
reflect what you asked for. Okay. Ms. Joseph Dowers, do you have advice? The item number 6. So the only one that has carried is number 4. So when we go to number 6, TDSB share publicly all items referred to in this motion. TDSB will share with the public on its website and by its other usual communication methods all of the information referred to in this motion and the setting and relative achievement of such other measurable goals that TDSB implements. Does that mean, the question Trustee McLean had was, if I'm correct, does that apply only to number 4 if you vote in favor of that?
Yes, it would, because the other the only recommendation that has passed is 4.
Okay, so the answer is it would only apply to number 4.
Thank you.
Okay. For number 6, the vote is open.
Laskin against. It's redundant.
Trustee Pay in favor.
Shan in favor.
Trustee Ghost in favor.
Hassan in favor.
Against.
Hassan in favor.
And that one has carried. Okay. We are going to take a 10-minute break before moving on to the next item. Nutrition. Thank you. We are now in
Get some
recess.
food, everyone.
recess. We are on item number 5.2. This is the nutrition update. This is the last item before adjournment on our list this evening. So if I could send it over to Director Russell Rollins, please, to introduce this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I will ask Associate Director Zucker to present the report.
Thank you, and through the chair, I am just going to make sure that I'm sharing the screen. Oh, perfect, thank you. So this evening, we're happy to bring forward this report, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to bring forward this very important information. We recognize that food insecurity is at a crisis level in Toronto and that the significant impact that food insecurity has on our students' mental health and achievement. And if you take a look at the first slide, the quotes that are there, I think they're worth just repeating because they're very powerful.
Pardon me, but we're not seeing the slides online.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
There we go. So the first slide is 1 in 10 people in Toronto are now living on food banks to make ends meet. Last year, that number was 1 in 20. Food insecurity is at a crisis level in Toronto, and that's from Daily Bread Food Banks, Who's Hungry. Children should have 3 meals a day and 1 to 3 snacks, with healthy options being just as important as the meals served from the Canadian Pediatric Society. Approximately 1.8 million children under the age of 18 were affected by food insecurity in 2022, a marked increase from the 1.4 million in 2021, and that's from Children First Canada. And then just looking at the impact on our students, food insecurity has been linked to lower test scores, trouble interacting with peers, poor health, and high prevalence of illness. So we obviously recognize how critical it is for us to be able to assist in addressing this crisis. And this report is coming forward as a result of the motion from September 2022 that have 3 parts that we will address this evening. So the first is the status of nutrition funding, and most of the TDSB nutrition programs are funded through the Toronto Foundation for Student Success. The Toronto Foundation for Student Success receives funding from 3 main sources: from the province of Ontario, from the city of Toronto, and donations from individuals and corporations. And in 2023, the funding provided by the province and the city equaled 23.8% of the food costs, and that gap continues to grow as the cost of food increases without a corresponding increase in funding. So there is over 75% that either has to be made up through donations, through the schools contributing, and when that doesn't happen, what happens is either the number of portions as part of the meals are decreased, the number of students that are able to be fed decreases, or the number of times a week that the program runs is impacted. So again, just wanted to highlight that piece with regards to funding. This map that you see in front of you is a map of the student nutrition programs in TDSB schools, red being elementary, blue being secondary. The list of the programs is included in Appendix B of the report. In the cases that I spoke of where there is a gap between funding and the cost of food, TFSS introduced a new program called Bridging the Nutrition Gap, and this started in 23-24 to assist those schools that were having to make changes to the nutrition program when they weren't able to close that gap. So TFSS is able to buy food directly from Ontario food terminals, and They can leverage discounts, so they are then providing 1 to 2 servings of fresh fruit and vegetables to help supplement local programs. In order to participate, the school does require equipment like fridges, that sort of storage. And so TFSS has been also working to secure more equipment in order to be able to have more schools participate in this program. And the list of schools participating in the program is provided in Appendix C of the report. For our secondary schools, there is a program for nutrition pantries. And this is a program where students have access to healthy, non-perishable foods. The students can go to the pantry and take home foods on evenings and weekends. And again, the list of the schools participating in this program is in Appendix D of the report. And then we also have a number of programs that receive donated foods. They are distributed through TDSB, so part of our distribution network provides foods as they distribute, or when they have the food, they are distributed by TDSB. And so the list of participating schools in this program is provided in Appendix E of the report. And before I pass it over to Dr. Cameron, I just wanted to, I would be remiss if I didn't thank a lot of people who helped contribute to putting this report together, including Catherine Parsonage at the Toronto Foundation for Student Success, Dave Cameron, Amy Presley, Sarah Armson, and the research department, as well as the TDSB's nutrition liaison officers for their input. So with that, I will turn it to Dr. Cameron to walk us through some of the summary points from the literature review.
Thank you, Associate Director Zucker. Hello, everybody again. Appendix F has a pretty detailed lit review that we welcome you to read through with time. It basically maps out a connection and our relationships, and it looked at international information or research in relation to nutrition and student pro-social behaviors and student achievement. And there's a strong relationship in the research between nutrition and student pro-social behaviors and achievement. They correlate positively. So that's really an important part of the consideration. The other bottom 2 bullet points there that are also discussed in the lit review are connecting to school-based programs. One talking about the opportunity for learning about healthy diet and nutrition through school-based programs was an important implication in many different jurisdictions that were working to support students with nutrition, and the other being that there was an equity strand in a lot of the research in relation to opportunities to give students who are coming from more income scarcity nutrition programs and so on. So those are the high level points in the lit review itself. Next slide, please. This is just an example of the diversity in the ward. We took this, we went out on a consultation. It's also in the Appendix F in the report. We went out on a consultation, and during the pandemic, you'll remember that we went out and asked parents around food stress and how often they feel food stress. Parents with, we did elementary school and a secondary school panel chart. They're very similar, and you can see here between the words are on the x-axis on the bottom, and the percentage of parents who indicated feeling food stress in relation to feeding their family is what's measured there in the percentage points. And you can see the huge range here from 10% to 62% for Ward 4. We organized it obviously by frequency, so that just indicates the diversity in terms of that in the income disparities across our system. Next, please. So we're moving forward we've partnered with University of Toronto, and And we're moving forward in Toronto Public Health and our staff, and we're moving forward and doing a case study, a 20-school case study around programs, different program types in terms of supporting nutrition, looking at ways to understand more deeply how better to continue or how to continue strategies in relation to this. We have a committee as well in this group, so it's a really neat partnership with U of T and Toronto Public Health and our staff in relation to that. And the committee itself will be closely following it. So in terms of the next step, it's a great study in which we're starting to explore our strategies moving forward.
Thank you, Dr. Cameron. And I just want to say that for Part C of this motion, this next step will help to address that part. And so we will be, once we are into this case study, we've learned from it and are looking to grow it across the board, we will bring back more information and what we've learned. And thank you, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, we're just reviewing the list. So we have Trustee Sriskandarajah, followed by Trustee Williams, Trustee Earhart, and Trustee DeVitis. Please go ahead, Trustee Sriskandarajah.
Thank you. Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you to staff for such a comprehensive report. I'm very excited with the state. Trustee Rajah and I are very excited about the motion when we passed it, and so to see how much work staff have done on this, I'm just thoroughly impressed. I do want to say I did read the entire report, so please do share that with your team, Dr. Cameron. I know sometimes there's rumors that these reports get written and no one reads them.
Trustee Sriskandarajah, I'm wondering if your internet might be, or maybe if you speak closer to it was breaking up a little bit.
Okay. Okay.
Or
Please
stop
let me
video,
know.
maybe?
Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, it's a little bit crackly.
Okay. Maybe I'll turn my video off.
It's better now. It's better now.
Okay. Yes. No, I was just thanking staff for a comprehensive report. And that, I did read all of it, and I'm just amazed at how much work they put into it. And I really feel they went over and beyond. So very, very happy about that. Just a few questions. So it talks about next steps. When do you, through you, Madam Chair, anticipate that we'll get our next update?
Thank you. Through the chair, Associate Director Zook, please.
Thank you. And through the chair, we are just starting to work through the parameters of the research study, and maybe Dr. Cameron can speak to when he thinks that it would be appropriate to be able to report back on some of the findings that we start to receive.
Yeah, through the chair. Case studies take a little time, so we're gonna have to kind of because the evaluation itself, right now we're just in building the case study itself, identifying the schools who are involved, identifying the programs, establishing the methodology, and so on. We'll start next year at the beginning to report back. I would imagine we can give you preliminary implications and things at a very high level, probably later towards the end of next year, to potentially in terms of like a finished case study. I would imagine it the extension to a bit further out. So it will take a little bit of time, but we should be able to say something back to folks, even if it's just preliminary implications and so on, at a high level towards the end of next year.
Okay, thank you. And just a comment, I know yesterday we had a lot of conversations about LOI and what they're used for. And I think this was a really great example. The report from TFSS, mentions LOI several times in terms of how they use it. So I think
that's something good for us to communicate to our communities, or for trustees who were yesterday was trying to grapple with the different ways that we do use LOI. The question I have stemming from that, so the programs that TFSS runs, like Beyond 330, do they run that independently, or do we have any input as the TDSB? What's that relationship?
Thank you very much for the question. Online, we have Catherine Parsonage, CEO of the Toronto Foundation for Student Success. Catherine, are you able to respond to the question, please?
Thank you very much, Associate Director. And Beyond 330 is run in conjunction with the Toronto District School Board. We work closely with the local principals as well as the Model Schools for Inner City Committee. It is 100% funded through the Toronto District School Board, some government funding, a lot of donations. And for those of you that aren't familiar, it's a free after-school program offered in middle schools, for that transition age between age 11 to 13 primarily. We work very closely, and I'd like to thank the research department at TDSB on really strong evaluation, which we use formatively to improve our programs. We also draw in partners, CAMH right now, and Toronto Hospital for Sick Children. We're working on the mental health aspects. But Beyond 330 also has a huge component of food and nutrition. Because these same children that are in Ward 4 and some of the high wards that have been identified, they're coming to school. They're coming, many of them, without breakfast. And principals are telling us without any lunch. So Junior Chefs Club is our program component where we teach kids how to cook economical, healthy food, and then all the children have dinner together. And the kids learn about nutrition, and they have all the social emotional benefits that's in David Cameron's report. But also we're addressing food insecurity there. The TDSB does support us in waiving permit costs because they are in our priority communities, and it does align with the equity agenda. And we're very grateful for that. We would not be able to run as many programs. Right now we have 23 programs in 21 locations. Expanded 2 of them this year. The research coming out, the TDSB research coming out of our Beyond 330, I think after listening to your strategic plan discussions, is very well aligned. And Stephanie and her colleagues in the research department, their research is really what we use to formulate. So while we run it independently, we run it in strong partnership, and for which we would not have the impact on the kids without the TDSB.
Thank you. Through Madam Chair. Sorry. Was someone else going to speak? No? Okay. Thank you. I didn't realize you were going to be on this call. So thank you for being here. The report was just fabulous. It at points almost brought tears to my eyes. You all are really doing God's work and maybe the government's work, but that's a different conversation. But we really appreciate everything you're doing. I was completely blown away. I asked that question because I do think, one thing I found really concerning was I feel we're not reaching out to the boys as much. I saw the breakdown. It seems that girls are making use of the Beyond after 330, if I remember the pie charts correctly. And I think that's not unique to your organization. I think that's a wider issue. If I'm reading that correctly, I feel like you want to say something. Yeah.
Over the years, that changes. Some years were predominantly boys, and it depends on our community. The new programs that we opened at Iroquois and Amesbury, we have higher numbers of girls, and that's skewed it a bit. But traditionally, it's been more boys, and we've had, particularly in some of our communities, where girls aren't necessarily allowed out of the house as often or out of their communities as much. So we really worked on the girls. So maybe we have to work a little bit more on the boys. So I'll take a look at those numbers again to make sure that we don't get out of balance. But we spent 5 years trying to get girls out.
Yeah, I know. And
we need to do something.
Yeah, it's a delicate balance, right? Girls are often more surveilled, not allowed to roam freely after school. But we also know boys are having other issues as well. But yes, I'm happy that that's
something you all are thinking about and working on. The other question I have through you, Madam Chair, to whichever staff can answer this: do we only provide meal programs for schools that are high on the LOI? I felt I saw some schools on there that I wouldn't traditionally think would be taking part in these programs.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would ask Catherine Parsonage to respond to the question, please.
The province of Ontario issues a list, and then they work with the Ministry of Education with a recommendation of schools that are eligible to be funded. And there's 5 criteria, and I think you can find them on School Finder. And some of it's EQAO, some of it's ethnicity, some of it's New Canadian, some of it's achievement. And if a school falls within 3 out of the 5 indicators, if they have 3 of the 5 indicators that are below the provincial average, then we're allowed to fund them on the provincial list. There are some schools that are historic, and there's been gentrification in the communities. But I would like to let you know that while all the communities, because there's universal benefits for all children, and we've seen that when we talk about vegetable consumption and all of that, and social and emotional health, all of the extra fundraising, all the extra food go to programs that are struggling, and largely that's in our high LOI communities. So if you look at the particular ones we're starting with on Bridging the Gap, the first 59,000 kids, I think you'll find they're all in under 200 LOI schools, because I did check that out. But there are benefits. And so many communities where there is more affluence, parents will write checks. They'll send in $50 to the program every month, so that the health benefits, the vegetable benefits, the social, emotional benefits are all there, but they don't get the extra support because the community can support it. And in an ideal world, we would nourish all of our children, affluent or not affluent. So every child in every school had healthy food, and nobody was eating cookies and pop for breakfast. It's not realistic right now, the way the financial situation is, but maybe if we get a national school food program, we'll be able to do a lot more.
Yeah, and I asked that question not at all because I don't think, other schools shouldn't get the program. I completely agree. I think this should be a national program that removes stigma, that removes so many other issues. But when it comes to prioritizing with limited funds, that is an issue. So we, of course, got the report about the TDSB. Does the government also, through this foundation, fund private schools?
There are historical independent day schools. Largely, they're not affluent schools. It might be a Muslim day school, some of the Jewish day schools, and they were grandfathered in 2008. Any new schools are publicly funded schools, but there are community sites, for example, San Romanoway and Jane and French, that have been running for 25 years, that they are allowing to be funded. The City of Toronto passed a motion about 4 years ago to fund private schools if they meet the socioeconomic criteria. And it's largely done with Census Canada income data. And so they do a means test on those. And I think there's only like maybe 4. I think there's 2 Muslim day schools, 1 Jewish day school. It's not a lot. So the ones that are there are either historical, that have been grandfathered by the province and the city, or there's high needs in those communities.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, to staff who can answer this question, I just wanted to say thank you for the very comprehensive literature review. I really thoroughly enjoyed reading it. I was very happy to see the ample evidence we have from the Global South. I don't see that very often at our board. Usually our literature reviews draw on countries in the global north. And so this speaks volumes. It shows just how other countries who often have less means than a country as rich as Canada, but have made concerted efforts into having a national food program. So that was really wonderful to see. And it was also very nuanced. I appreciated that. There's a lot of mention of when there were direct or, the studies were very sure when nutrition impacted certain outcomes and where there were still some gray areas. So the question that I have, just because the literature review was so thorough, and I wanted to ask if there was literature, any literature on whether a national food program would have long-term health impact, A, and then B, would positive long-term impact have financial benefits in terms of saving money in our healthcare? So it's a two-part that I'm trying to get at. I wanted to know if there is any literature that speaks to the health benefit, the long-term health benefits, and how that can actually save us money in terms of healthcare, and as sort of tying the idea of national food program to as a preventative measure and cost-saving measure in the long run.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I will ask Dr. Cameron or Amy Presley to respond, please.
I'll jump in and then I'll let Amy jump in too. Kenneth Jaimara wrote the piece. I'll send you your thoughts to him. We appreciate it. There is some really interesting. It's not obviously in this particular research, but there is some really interesting research around life chances in terms of student outcome and as it's associated with different kinds of career paths and so on. So in other words, the pursuit of a post-secondary school opportunity has knock-on effects in terms of health expenses, as an example, which I think one of the kind of components of what you're getting at. Certainly nutrition is the research is very clear about the relationship between nutrition and pro-social behavior and education, and thus the whole thing's a domino. So it is complicated in terms of trajectory work, but a national nutrition program would be an important element, I would imagine, in relation to things that you can do in terms of policy or in terms of resources, in terms of putting in place different equity of opportunity pieces that would have real effects, potentially knock-off effects down the road for your citizenship. So I think it's a really good assumption, and there is evidence in different kinds of trajectory studies around that very point. Amy, I don't know if you have anything additional.
Thanks, Dave. I don't have anything to add to what you said. Thanks, though.
Thank you very much. I would just add that food insecurity is one of the social determinants of health and is linked to longevity, health over lifetime, employment. So I think that there is probably further research that could be shared with the trustee to answer the question.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I was wondering what the delay was, and now I see why. It was a very comprehensive and very much worth the wait. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. Up next, we have Trustee Earhart, and the speakers list is as follows. Trustee Earhart, Williams, Didavidis, Wong, Rajagulasingham, and Laskin. Please go ahead, Trustee Earhart. Trustee Earhart, do you hear us?
Apologies, I thought it was Trustee Williams first.
It's Trustee Earhart followed by Trustee Williams.
First.
We've recorded.
My apologies.
Correctly.
It was me next?
It does look like on the speed. Sorry, I think it's just been recorded incorrectly. Please go ahead, Trustee Williams.
Hey, thank you. I just want to, as my colleagues have already expressed, like a deep appreciation to staff for this comprehensive report. and the important work that's been done here. I just want to also share how important and the school nutrition program and the work being done by Toronto Foundation for Student Success is. At one of my schools at Nelson Mandela, I was, privileged to witness this program in action one morning. Students were sitting around, just like calm conversations, having, freshly made pancakes, fresh berries and fruit laid out, cereal, and it was such a impactful and heartwarming scene. The importance of like student nutrition as outlined in the report, the impact on student well-being, the benefits to their academic achievement, all of that is just so important. And one of the other pieces I wanted to highlight was the educational component that was touched on earlier, and just the opportunity for learning healthy, culturally relevant dietary habits that really have a lifelong and positive impact on student outcomes, just their life, their experiences. So I just wanted to add that those comments and just how important this national nutrition program is and how important and impactful this work is on students. Thank you, through the chair.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Williams. Trustee Earhart.
Thanks very much. I hope, please, it's indicating that my internet is unstable. And so if you can't hear me, please jump in and I can defer for others to ask questions. The percentage that was shared at the beginning of the evening where less than what I saw was less than a quarter of the funding required for existing programs is being provided by other orders of government. And so it's that, which to me was just shocking because of how unsustainable it is. And so I'm grateful for all the work that is happening. I'm just wondering how that number has shifted over time, if it's always been that kind of ratio, or if recently, due to increased demand, increased costs, is that balance has shifted. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I will invite Catherine Parsonage to respond first, please.
Thank you very much. Back in 2008, that is the last time there was an increase to provincial funding. At the time, provincial funding covered about 15% of the costs, and the City of Toronto's was very similar. So there was a lot more funding, almost more than a decade ago. Since then, the City of Toronto has made small, and when they can, incremental changes, increases in food costs to their funding, and we've always had strong support from our city. The city's now at about 19 cents on the dollar funding, 19% of the costs. The province is percentage because more children, more immigration, more refugees, more whatever. More children, they're down to about 6.9%. And when we look at that and take a look at about 12,000 more children in TDSB programs this year, and then we look at food cost over the last 2.5 years, up 24%. I know we look at inflation and said, oh, food's not as expensive now, it's coming down. Well, except for last year, it was 10%. The year before, it was 10%. So food is outrageously expensive. We almost have a perfect storm. More kids, more need, less money, and higher prices. Last year, when schools submitted applications to the City of Toronto, and you must know that there is a moratorium. We just can't cut that little tiny piece of apple any further. 23%, we can't take that down to 20% because it's just not feasible to do anything. About maybe 30 to 35 schools applied for programs, school communities applied for programs that weren't able to be funded. It was about, I'm going to say 16,000 children across the city, and I think 2/3 of them were from the TDSB. So we're leaving children behind, and there's communities that never had the need before, that always were managing to get by or didn't see it, that are coming forward, talking about the needs. So it's never been as bad as we have today, and we've just come out of a perfect storm after COVID.
Okay, I'm going to take a deeper look because there's so much there I want to follow up with, and I want to be mindful of everyone's time. Thank you so much. I just want to confirm, did I hear that 2008 was the last time the province increased contribution 16 years ago in terms of the level?
That's clear. 2008 was a large expansion. In 2011, they did another expansion. So they invested a bit more money but that was to increase the reach to more schools, not to prop up existing schools, existing programs. Since then, during COVID, there was some emergency money. Some came through education, some came through Ministry of Children and Community Services. This year, there was a one-time provincial funding of $5 million. So trickle that down across the province. So, for TDSB, in TDSB sites, that might have trickled down to about 800,000. So there's been some one-time emergency kind of money, but the core basic funding for most of our programs was established in 2008, and then a small amount was added, maybe 150 more programs in 2011. So we're looking at about 13 to 14 years was the last core funding, and for many of our programs in TDSB, it was 2008.
Okay, that's a generation of students through the system. That's beyond shocking. It's reprehensible. That's the only word I can say. I'm horrified. As a mother, I'm horrified, as well as an elected official and as a citizen of this province. I think that it should be our shame. You said 16,000 children applied for programs that couldn't be funded. And I just want to try to understand the funding, that 6.9%, there's a funding level for the costs increase over time. Perhaps the local demand for that program increases over time. But then there's also a demand to create new programs. Is that so there's a pressure and there's a pressure and there's a pressure, but the money remains the same. And we don't have anything like it's indexed to inflation, and we don't have a regulation like in childcare where there's sufficient demand exists that a program will be open to receive a new pot of money. Am I understanding this correctly? There's just like a little pot, and every now and then they put there's a little funding agreement that comes into place for one time or COVID, but the need just keeps growing, and both from each program that exists, the costs to run a program and the need for a new program. Am I understanding that?
Perfectly, but please understand, that's applying to the province and not the city. The city has partnered with us all the way through, incrementally as they could, to contribute more for food cost adjustments. But there is a moratorium on programs right now. Nutrition programs in Toronto are run by a committee chaired by Public Health, and it's the Toronto Catholic Boards, TDSB, TFSS, Angel Foundation, TPH, and they sort of monitor and accept all the applications, approve them, do the accountability, the nutrition, the criteria, all of that kind of thing. And it's a very long-lasting committee that's been around, and I'll tell you, it's been around as long as I have, and that's more than 2 decades. and they are really supportive. At the provincial level, we have been working, and last year KPMG did a program review and did a gap analysis across the province. We haven't got the results of that gap analysis, although I'll guarantee the program's underfunded. We're hoping that we'll see something in this Ontario budget. The Minister Parsa is quite involved, and we've been working really closely with his office. We're keeping our fingers crossed because everything you said and your understanding is right on the situation.
It's just shameful. I'm going to use my time just to ask quickly about the federal government because I talk about national school food, but I hear city, province. I understand we have obligations, rights of the child. My child, I gave birth in Sweden. While I appreciate that the international approach of the reports that we had presented, I'm just going to give this very small Eurocentric view of my experience in Sweden, where the national government has a public program that supports all public institutions for food. That's hospitals, that's schools, it's seniors, their long-term care homes. It's all administered through a national program, and so I come with that lens. Where is the federal government presently in this funding support?
The federal government we've been working with for about 5 years. In the Liberal platform, they did commit to $1 billion over 5 years for a national school food program. It also, we saw mention in the NDP platform, no details of funding. There's been a lot of consultations, a lot of meetings and whatever, but there's also a lot of pressures at the federal government, and they've launched some large national programs, pharmacare, dental, childcare. While I don't have a crystal ball, it's not looking likely that there will be an investment in national school program at this time. There might be, we're getting questioned on infrastructure and last mile delivery and food and logistics kind of support. So maybe there'll be something there. I could be totally wrong, but I'm not very hopeful in this budget that we'll see them answering the commitment. At least that's what I'm hearing. Perhaps we'll be really happy and I'll be surprised. But a lot of priorities, like the school board, like everyone, lots of priorities, and they've been doing some very good things for kids. So while I'm really angry that we don't have a national school food program, I'm really happy about childcare and pharmacare and dental care.
No, thank you. I agree. These are all wonderful programs. And I also have appreciated supports to families. Child benefit supports are game changers, but we have a right, the children have a right to food. And so it's very humbling to hear this information. Thank you for all of your work, and thanks to the movers for bringing this report to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Up next, we have Trustee DeVitis.
Thank you. I want to thank the movers of a motion for putting this report before us. I want to thank staff for all the work they've done on this. I thank Catherine and all the work that they do. They feed about 17,000 kids in my ward alone. And my ward is disproportionately impacted by hunger in a really significant way. And it's something that I probably haven't worked on anything more than nutrition over last year at the school level. Want to thank Superintendent Helen Fisher, Kurt Munkitosh on some of the projects that we worked together on. And these include things such as trying to add food bank in one of our middle schools, nutrition after school program, C.W. Jeffries breakfast program, Chalk Farm, and the list goes on. because there is a massive, massive need. Food lines are getting longer from the local food banks as well. The statistics, the chart shows 2/3 of the kids 3 years ago were affected in one way or another. I would think things are more difficult now, not better. So yeah, it hasn't been like this, at least in several generations. And this has an impact in behavior in school, in academics, and a number of other things. Very happy to see this report. Very eager to see where we go next with it. So I want to thank staff again for bringing it forth. Very complete, very detailed. And I'm very eager to see it move forward. A couple of questions, particularly in relation to item number 3 in the motion and how we move forward. There are a number of stakeholders in my neighborhood, for example, San Romano, Boys and Girls Club, Society for the Living, a number of other organizations that are already in schools. What do we see as the relationship between the school board and those organizations as we figure out some best practices and partnerships that may alleviate some of the issues that we're seeing in our schools?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I'll start and then welcome staff to add. We know that the next step for us as an organization is to not only seek out new opportunities for partnership, and we think there may be a couple that we haven't yet established, as well as to think about how we work with community organizations that have nutrition programs as part of their offerings, to look at how we work together in order to support families and to learn from the type of structure that is sustainable, efficient with regards to its ability to procure food, as well as to reach the widest possible audience among students and families. So that is part of our next step in terms of our actions moving forward. And perhaps we'll have more information on opportunities for us to explore earlier than the timeline set out by Dr. Cameron. So we may come back in 2 parts.
And can you maybe add a little bit about the research element of it and how some of stakeholders would be involved in that part of the process, the information collection?
Thank you very much. I'll ask Dr. Cameron or Dr. Presley to comment, please.
Amy, why don't you start this one?
Sure. So through the chair, good evening, everybody. The study that was proposed for beginning next year, part of the study would include interviews and focus groups with school food providers. There is going to be a steering committee that we're still working on who's involved in the steering committee, and part of the steering committee would also include invitations to school food providers on that committee. So they would be involved in thinking through the additional school food providers that would be involved in the following study next year.
Would that steering committee? Oh, sorry, if you're finished.
Yep.
Would that steering committee include staff only, trustees? Have you thought about what that may look like?
So through the chair, the folks that are involved in the steering committee haven't been fully flushed out yet. I believe that that conversation was going to go to exec council, but the conversation within the smaller research team was staff, students, parents, and then community partners, such as school food providers.
And as a follow-up through chair, once that is sort of sorted out, regardless of our level of participation as board members, I would be super interested in being able to connect to some of those networks, particularly because my ward is so overly represented and there are some fantastic people doing work that we should be learning from, just like we have Catherine here to sort of walk us through some of the fantastic work that they do, right?
Of course, yes, yes.
And thank you. So those were our questions. I appreciate the answers. Just kind of throw it out there that Manitoba recently, new government added $30 million to their nutrition program, population of just under 2 million, and be the equivalent of Ontario throwing a couple $100 million at a nutrition program, which obviously would be amazing. And that, if I remember correctly, when I saw a report, when I sat down with Catherine some years ago, we were feeding our kids by spending about 70, 80 cents per child on average, which is a very tiny amount of money, and it's a very efficient program. And the impact that it has is so large and so significant to so many children. It is literally just about the most wise investment that we can make collectively to try and make improvements on everything from behavior to academics and a number of other things, emotional development, and so on. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the development of this policy and future plans, and thanks staff for all the work on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Didavides. Up next, we have Trustee Wong. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I join my colleagues in thanking the staff for producing such a comprehensive report, and which is, again, give us a lot of extensive information that I did not see at the last school board city meeting, where they have the same item as on the agenda. But first thing, I can help it by calling out to the province that joined Trustee Earhart by doing that. The province should feel as shameful as we feel regarding the funding level of the nutrition program. Look, like there is 13 cents to each meal for elementary panels. I don't know how you do it. I just can't imagine. Like, you give me like even 10 times of that amount. I don't know how to put a meal on in front of my kids. But anyway, I have a simple request. Again, I would appreciate that on the report there is a whole list of schools that are serving meals, whether it's morning or lunch, but I would really love to see, it might be coming up in the second part of the report, that a graphic presentation of where they are. So it will be much easier for me to visualize where things are, or what kind of meal they're serving, and whether there are gaps in terms of programs and availability in the areas that I thought it would be really, really needed. And that information or that understanding, that visual presentation will help me to hopefully dive into more analysis as why there was not a program there other than funding issue. Is it because of again, we have heard it quite often that whether it's because of lack of volunteer, or whether the parents are so involved in terms of their work environment that they cannot be able to do that. So I'm hoping that with that kind of presentation will give us more information as how we can help in terms of addressing those issues that is other than funding.
So thank you, and through the chair. We did provide a graphic in the presentation, but it was just based on elementary or secondary schools across the city. So we can use the further information that's in Appendix B to be able to differentiate between the types of programs that they have as well.
Great, thank you, appreciate that. And then question about how we can support or again use the resources that we might have coming from our students at our culinary arts program, or students involved in the hospitality system program, and how they can be working together to provide to support schools that might not also wanting to start a breakfast or lunch program. So I would like to see whether this is any consideration in that regard in terms of like linking, not linking, but again supporting programs together.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, that is an important part of our next step in exploring the connections between those programs and supporting greater access to food and nutrition among all of our students.
Thank you. I look forward to the second part of the report. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Trustee Wong. Up next, we have Trustee Rajagulasingham. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Past 3 days have been very heavy, and I want to thank staff for all the incredible work they've been doing these past 3 days, a lot of heavy lifting. And I also want to thank every folks that worked on this motion, on this report, and Ms. Personage for her expertise over the past decades. I'm having a really hard time taking in this report just because it breaks my heart that in public education, in all the programs and services that we provide, there are still students coming to our schools that are not able to live their maximum potential because they're hungry and the lack of a universal food program. I just have a question, and I want to begin with saying that I understand the importance of removing stigmas and ensuring that all kids have access to a food program. I'm just looking at Appendix B, at the school nutrition programs, and I'm looking at the chart that speaks to food insecurity in elementary schools. So I'm comparing it to my ward. So my ward is ranked right after Trustee Dita at number 2, with 52% of the ward experiencing food insecurity. And what I'm having trouble understanding the connection is I'm seeing some schools in the school nutrition program with about 600, 700, even 1,000 requests for this to participate in this program. But in my ward, I have 26 schools, 22 are elementary schools. And of the 22 elementary schools, 10, so less than half, are taking part in the school nutrition program. So I went through the list and there's only 10. And of the 10 schools, 200 to 300 are only making requests for this program. So my question is, what does the data tell us about this gap? So is it due to maybe a stigma around accessing a nutrition program? Is it a language barrier? What does it mean when the need is very high in a ward, but the participation rate is quite low? So not all schools are participating, and even in the schools that are participating, the numbers are quite low. So that's my first question.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would invite Catherine Parsonage to respond, please.
There's lots of reasons why schools don't have capacity to offer student nutrition program. They don't have space. They don't have volunteers. The schools may have administration, and the community may have so many other priorities and things happening, because it takes a committed administrative team. It's a lot of work. Even when it's a community run and community volunteer program, it's a lot of caretaking. It's a lot of accountability. It's hard. It's heavy lifting at times. Sometimes some of our schools have other traumas. And I think we've seen a lot of changes in staffing and retirements and administrative changes. And oftentimes when a key player or an advocate leaves a school, there's a turnover, and it takes a while before things settle down. So we have had programs closed because of that, because of lack of money. Also during COVID, all the volunteers disappeared pretty much. We lost them. Many of them were, older, more mature, if you will, grandmothers, there's now senior care and elder care they're doing, and the younger people, there's a lot more demand for jobs. So we've had a perfect storm around that. So that's the second reason. And when the numbers you have there are the numbers that they applied for. And if they don't have the volunteers or the space or the fridges or the money or the whatever, it's hard to feed an entire school. Like it's almost impossible for a high school to feed 800 kids a day. It's tough. You know, they try. Sometimes they only manage to be able to do 300 out of the 800. But it's definitely something that we're looking at. And I just also, if you'll just indulge me for 1 second, I wanted to say this earlier. The TDSB has been doing a lot. Staff has been doing a lot. Associate Director Zucker and, you know, of course, Craig Snyder and the Nutrition Liaison Team. You know, Andrea, Associate Director Gould, found us a space at Borden at a closed school where we can get donated food. It's just an empty tech area, but it's perfect. Over $1 million worth of food go through that spot. We have mail truck drivers, when they have extra space on their truck, dropping off food to schools. There's been such a huge commitment, and I want to you know, thank the TDSB for that. Ever since COVID with the food cards and we all shifted to helping families at home and we all work together, there's a big gap, but we've never been more coordinated in filling that gap. And that's been happening probably from a largely staff level, but I really do want to say that I really appreciate it. And I also want to thank our research department. You know, about 10 years ago, TDSB did groundbreaking research, 3-year longitudinal study up in the Jane Finch community about the impact of before and after student nutrition programs in middle schools and secondary. That was the gold standard in Canada, used by the Yukon, Manitoba, many governments to decide to fund these programs. And when I saw the report today and how wonderfully things were laid out, expressed, and how readable and nuanced it was, I'm very, very excited about seeing that. And one other thing, I will shut up, I promise. But when we talk about the LOI and what it's used for, every day we use the LOI. You know, we haven't had the newest one yet, but we get in the past. Maria would give us a school-by-school breakdown, and we would take a look at all those indicators. Not only did it help with fundraising, but it certainly helps with program planning, and it certainly helps us decide who needs more vegetables from the Ontario Food Terminal. So thank you. So please don't think that the LOI is not a critical tool. It's our Bible. Anyway, sorry, that's not time to say that, but I wanted to get that in.
No, through the chair, Ms. Personage, thank you for saying what you're saying, and I can listen to you speak more, because I think the knowledge you come with, the way you're connecting it to LOI, the way you're connecting it to fundraising, like these are all, I think, connected to the conversations we've been having the past few days. And I think it's such a critical time as we're heading into our budget cycle to remember of how these things are interconnected, and we cannot look at them as separate issues. And then how it's being linked to the nutrition program, and how structural inequities impact how communities can raise funds and have access to these programs. It's all connected. And I really want to thank you for sharing that. So the last question I had is, and this is more directed to our staff. So we're seeing, you know, a ward like mine where the need is quite high. 52% of the community of elementary students are experiencing food insecurity, but they do not have the capacity to run a nutrition program. And then we have other schools which have the capacity. The need might not be there, but they're wanting to expand the program to have access to it. How are we going to prioritize to ensure that schools that are in dire need of these programs will have access to it, and to help them build that capacity? Have we had those conversations on how we're going to support those schools and what that may look like?
Thank you very much, through the chair. That's one of the reasons that this report is so important to us as staff. We recognize that food insecurity lives in every community. The Daily Bread Food Bank Who's Hungry report from this past year, I think, paints an even more detailed picture of food insecurity across the city. Specifically to the question around schools that may not have identified a need or do not have the capacity That's our next phase of work, to work with those schools, to ask questions, to work with school communities, school councils, students, to determine how we can address those often structural barriers. Perhaps sometimes it's perceptions as well, because food insecurity may not be obvious to everyone. And so that is our next focus as we think about next year, and also working with the Toronto Foundation for Student Success and other corporate partners to fill these gaps.
Through the chair, thank you so much to staff. I appreciate hearing that commitment, but also looking forward to how this is going to evolve. Ms. Personage, I look forward to continuing this conversation potentially offline just to learn more from you about how we can work together. And finally, I want to thank Trustee Sweetkanaraja. This was her brainchild, and look at the work that this has produced. And I think it's going to be extremely helpful in our advocacy efforts. So really grateful for the whole team for all their work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rajagulasingham. And the last trustee on the speaker list is Trustee Laskin. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to say to Catherine, a couple of decades. I actually think it's a bit longer than that. But I would be remiss if I seriously didn't thank you for all your years and advocacy through the incredibly diverse and different iterations of the Toronto Foundation for Student Success and their relationship to us, the relationship to the city, the relationship to the province. And we are blessed that you've hung in there and that we continue to benefit from your leadership. So I really just wanted to say that. It's great to see you, even though it's just through a screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Chalice. Many, many years, and you've always supported nutrition.
Take care.
Thank you.
Open the vote on this. I'd like to turn it over to the director for some final comments.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, thank you very much to trustees for the discussion this evening and your engagement with this really important report. Food insecurity, as I said earlier, and many of you have mentioned, exists in every neighborhood, sadly, across Toronto. Educators see it every day. There's probably not a school that I go into where I don't hear a snippet of a conversation that speaks to the struggle that many families in communities where we may not normally have thought are experiencing food insecurity, and those that we know historically have faced structural barriers with regards to meeting their basic needs. I want to acknowledge the school principals, vice principals, and educators who have created some innovative solutions and given personally to feed young people in schools. School budgets outside of what is captured in this report are also being used to feed students. Many times it's through their culinary programs, which creates community. We hear among secondary students that it's actually promoting a feeling of care in their local school. They feel that the educators and adults care about them because there is this opportunity to have lunch, to have a snack, and that there is no stigma associated with it. In fact, they are encouraged to participate. We didn't capture that here this evening, but I don't want it to be lost. So much more is happening outside of or in addition to the good work of the Toronto Foundation for Student Success and those corporate partnerships that we have in addition to the work done by the Toronto Foundation for Student Success. So I want to express my appreciation not only to the staff, to the community members, to the parent volunteers, to the donors who make these programs possible, but to the staff for caring about the learning of each and every student, for caring about their nourishment and their ability to fully engage in school. Thank you. We are indebted to you.
Thank you, Colleen. That puts so much in perspective. It has been very heartwarming to finish this evening, even though much of what we hear is a little bit sad and is sad because it's, but to know all the work that we are doing to try and change things and that is really making a difference each and every day in our schools. So thank you. At this point, we will open the vote. I think oh, I need a mover and a seconder for this report.
Raja.
Thank you, Trustee Siskandaraja and Trustee Didavides, I think. Or did she come off? I don't know if she came off mute. So I have Trustee Siskandaraja and Trustee Didavides. And I believe we're using eScribe for this.
Laskin in favor.
Klein in favor.
Shan in favor.
Trustee Ghost in favor.
Chernis Lynn in favor.
Dawson in favor.
Trustee Pei, Trustee Hassan, Trustee Lee, Trustee Nunziata, how do you vote?
Nunziata in favor.
Thank you. Trustee Pei, Trustee Lee, how do you vote? I think you can mark them as absent. Trustee Hassan, how do you vote? I don't think he's in the meeting. The vote has closed. And that has carried unanimously. Trustees, we have one more item to do, which is adjournment. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that? Trustee McLean?
Laskin.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. All in favor?
You betcha.
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Thank you very much, everybody, for the great discussion, and thank you to staff, especially those running behind the scenes tonight as well, Munshu, Bella, Denise, and the caretaking staff, as well as all the other staff who've been helping tonight. It's been a long week, and I want to make sure we thank everybody.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.